is in connection with the buccal swabs. The buccal swabs were sealed, packed and sealed and forwarded to the Forensic Science Laboratory. And they were analyzed by one of the witnesses, Captain Mamshedi Phineas Maseta.
Captain Ma?
Maseta.
Maseta.
Yeah, the report, my lord, is compiled and it is under Exhibit X12 of the record. So there is a proposition that I made to the witness yesterday that the results were negative.
They were?
They were negative. And then the court suggested that the term that was used was inconclusive.
Yeah.
I just want to take the court to this paragraph of the report by Captain Maseta.
Yeah, fine.
Yes. My lord, it is at paragraph 4.1 of the report,
Yeah.
at page 4 of 5. It reads as follows. The donors of the following reference samples were excluded as the donors of the DNA on the swabs 1. 14 DCA H8988 in bracket PA 400-2150-107 and head B presumable high friction area PA 3000-788-535 Phosphorus CAS 636 of 10-2014 4.1.1 MZ Mapisa open bracket 19 dBA F0198 close bracket open bracket PA 400 4638062 and Mapisa Mthokoziseni open bracket 13 dBA D5906 close bracket open bracket PA 500 217 76171 close bracket. So it is upon that proposition, my lord, that the terminology that I used was that the results were negative. Hence, the right terminology that was used by the person who examined the records was that the swabs were excluded. I mean, the swabs that were taken from accused number 4, Mr. Mapisa, were excluded. Yeah. So I think the correct terminology would be that they were excluded. So not that they were inconclusive.
Not that they were?
Inconclusive. They were excluded.
What's the difference, Mr. Louis? Excluded, not conclusive.
I think the witness did explain, my lord, that the reference sample can be read on certain loci.
That's it.
He said out of the 16 loci, he can be read in on 4 of those.
That's it.
And, you know, those will be the first one, the gender, it can be read in there, and the second one, the one starting with D56818, that he can also be read there. So, all in all, my lord, he said, out of the 16 loci, he can be read in 4. So
in 4, yeah.
It doesn't mean that, well, in his language, it's either if they don't get a full house or a certain number of loci, it's either included or excluded, but it's the interpretation thereof, my lord, that is crucial.
Yeah, fine. So what's the problem, Mr. Ngoma?
There is no problem, but...
Oh, there's no problem. What are we talking about then?
There is no problem. It's just the use of the terminology that it's
use of the language.
The use of the language.
It was used by him, not me.
It was used by him. They were excluded.
Yeah,
so they cannot be read.
He uses that terminology. You are saying negative.
Negative and
then he says they are excluded.
They cannot be read into the...
But the point is, your client cannot be said to to be positively identified by the analysis.
Yes,
That's
yes,
cool.
yeah, that is correct.
Okay.
Excluded. Thank you.
Yes, we are still under oath, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Minister.
As it please the court, my lord. Thank you, ma'am. I think on the last point, you would agree that the evidence that has been referred to by my colleague here on behalf of accused number 4 also relates to accused number 3, where the samples that you testified about having been collected from accused number 3, the end results thereof are that accused number 3 could not have been or is not linked with the samples that were collected in the house. I mean, with the evidence that was collected in the house.
In respect of accused number 3.
Yes.
My lord, what I was briefed by Brigadier Keninda, my lord, is that even though they may say it is excluded, my lord, it does not necessarily mean that they have never been into the house. This is what he has explained to me. It's just that it's like maybe the DNA was not enough for the analyst to come to that conclusion. This is what I understood when he told me.
Ngokufanayo ke naloku ummeli kaMangalelo wesine aqeda ke manje okhuluma ngako ukuthi yebo kunalobufakazi obathathwa ke lokubizwa ngokuthi ama-swap la kuyena ke kuyoqhathaniswa ke nobufakazi noma ke ulibofuzo olatholakala kwindawo yesigameko nakumsolo wesithathu ke kukanjalo ukuthi ke akukho okwatholakala okushoyo noma ongathi ke kuwahlanganiswa nobufakazi obatholakala kwindawo yesigameko. Mina ke engakutshelwa uBrigadier Keninda ukuthi noma kungazange kutholwe ke okubahlanganisayo lokho akusho ukuthi babengekho khona lapha, ukuthi nje lo owayecwaninga akazange athole okwanele ukuthi ahlanganiswe noma asho ke ngokuphelele ukuthi ngempela babe khona lapha, kodwa lokho akusho ukuthi babengekho lapha yanendlini. Yiloko engakutshelwa uBrigadier Keninda mina.
Thank you, ma'am. You're just a messenger. I'm putting it to you that what we heard from Mr. Keninda is just a hogwash. It's just nonsense. The analysis, the experts are saying they are not linked. That's final. What I said to you, it's immaterial. But nonetheless, good morning, ma'am.
You are wrong.
As a court,
Please.
I'm not wrong, my lord. Mr.
Okay,
Keninda
fine.
is not an
Let's
expert.
Let's hear.
Well, to start with, my lord, I think the language that Advocate Nisi is employing is unacceptable. But secondly, what this witness is saying is perfectly in line with the expert said.
That's it.
Out of the 16 loci, he said that accused number 3 can be read in 7, of those 16. So it's a question of interpretation.
This is not a question of interpretation, my lord. I think the state misunderstands the reading of his own report. The final product of this report, my lord, is that the donors of the following reference samples were excluded as the donors of the DNA. What else must be understood by the term excluded?
Let's make progress. You can argue that later.
I'm putting to the
Because
witness.
this witness is not an expert, an DNA
Exactly.
analyst.
That is what I'm saying, my lord, that what he heard from Mr. Keninda does not make sense, which is why I'm saying it's nonsense. Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Counsel.
Thank you. Now, before we proceed, ma'am, let me bring the following to your attention. You could have been called by the state as a member of the South African Police Services But the minute you enter that box as a witness here at court, you're regarded as an officer of the court. The duty that you have as you're standing here is the duty towards this court that involves honesty and sincerity. You are there to assist the court to come to a correct finding in this trial. You are not here to assist the state to win the case or to lose the case. Do you understand? Sincerity and honesty. Do you understand? Do you understand?
No, I don't understand.
Let me repeat again.
Because I don't need you to
Let
lecture
me
me
repeat
about
again.
that
I'm not
because I
lecturing
know
you.
very well why I'm here. So you don't have you don't have authority to address me on that because I know why I'm here.
Ma'am,
And you leave the judgment to the judge. The judge is the one who's supposed to make a finding on what I have delivered into this court.
ma'am, your duty, as you are standing,
Can Advocate Missy just get on with his cross-examination? The witness has said she's aware, she's duly aware why she's here. It would take us absolutely nowhere to keep on belaboring
Mr.
this
Missy.
point.
the state is wrong, my lord. This witness just said she does not understand me. So I wanted to simplify what I told this witness. Instead of the witness affording me the opportunity to repeat in simpler terms what I told her, then she started to lose temper.
I don't understand why you are putting that statement to me. That is what I don't understand.
There's nothing wrong with what I've said to you, ma'am, and please don't argue.
No, I'm not arguing.
Please don't argue.
I'm responding to what you are
I've
saying.
just told you that as you stand there, you're standing there as an officer of the court. You're not there, although we are working for SAPS, you are here to assist the court to come to a correct finding. And
he
that
working- is she
involves the
working for
element
SARS
of
now?
honesty
Hello?
and sincerity.
Is she working for SARS?
SAPS.
SAPS.
I don't say SARS,
Oh, I
SAPS,
see,
South
okay.
African Police Services.
But why should we have this lecture?
It's not a lecture, my lord.
No, you are
This is
lecturing
pub-
her.
No,
wait,
no,
Mr.
no.
Mr.
This is-
Missy.
This is perfectly
Mr. Missy,
correct.
This witness.
Yes.
How many times have you given evidence in court, ma'am?
Several times, my lord.
About how many? Can you estimate?
Probably, my lord, about, I don't, maybe 100 times.
And each time you take an oath to tell the truth.
Exactly, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Missy, let's go on with the job,
It
please.
could be that each time she takes an
No,
oath.
that question is disallowed now. It's disallowed.
On what basis, my lord?
Because I'm the judge, it's disallowed.
That
Just
is a
ask
very
questions.
unfair approach, my lord. That's a very unfair approach.
It's not an
Because
unfair
then the-
approach. I've ruled that, please, cross-examine this witness, don't lecture him.
This is not a lecture, my lord.
It is, according to me.
I've got a different understanding with the term lecture, my lord. But my aim is not to lecture this witness.
Can you
However, if
please
the court perceives what I'm
proceed
saying as a
and
lecture, then it's fine.
cross-examine
I
the
can't
witness?
take the court. The
If you
manner
don't
in
have
which
any
the court
cross-examination,
is
fine.
thinking. Thank you. Now, you were testified in the trial within the trial on how you arrested accused number one. Do you still remember?
I do remember, my lord.
Ngiyakhumbula ke ufakazi bami engibethulile ke mala ngendlela ke engabopha ngayo umsolo wokuqala.
Amongst others, what you said is that when you, in the company of Mr. Buthelezi, went to arrest accused number one, you found certain items at the place in which he was staying. Do you still remember that?
I still remember, my lord.
Ngisakhumbula ke nongakusho ngathi ke nkathi ngihamba naye ke uThelezi ke kathi sobamba yena ke umsolo wokuqala yiziphi izinto ezatholakala la samthola khona noma samfica ekhona.
Do you still remember what those items were?
That's correct, my lord.
Usakhumbula nokuthi kwakuyini lokho?
What were they?
Two cellular phones, my lord.
Umakhalekhukhwini ababili,
Ammunitions,
iy'nhlamvu,
firearm cleaning rod,
kwakunye nalokhu kokubizwa ngokuthi kuyikona-ke okokuklina isibhamu noma firearm cleaning rod,
a magazine.
kwakunemagazine,
That is all, my lord.
ikona lokho.
Is that what you said when you testified in the trial within the trial?
In a trial within a trial,
That was my question.
I did not mention the cell phones.
Uma bengifakaza-ke ngaphambilini-ke kwi-trial within a trial angikhulumanga ngomakhalekhukhwini.
Thank you. Now, as you're testifying in the main trial, what did you say you found in possession of Mr. Sibiya?
I did mention, my lord, that I found 2 cell phones, a magazine, firearm cleaning rod, and ammunitions.
Mase ngifakaza-ke manje-ke ngishilo ukuthi ngathola umakhalekhukhwini amabili, kwakuyimagazine, lokhu kusetshenziswa-ke ukuthi-ke ukline-ke sona isibhamu.
Ammunitions.
Ney'nhlamvu.
Thank you. Now, you just indicated that when you testified in the trial within the trial, you omitted to mention the 2 cell phones, not so?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngiqeda ukusho ukuthi ama-cellphone kodwa wona-ke ngaphambilini angiwashongo.
What was the reason why you did not mention the 2 cell phones when you testified about arrest of accused number 1 in the trial within the trial?
My lord, I do not have any reason why I did not make mention of the 2 cell phones.
Anginaso-ke isizathu enginaso noma esibe imbangela yokuthi ngingawasho-ke ama-cellphones la amabili ngaphambilini.
Thank you. Do you still remember again that Mr. Buthelezi, who works for the Metro Police, in the SWAT unit of the Metro Police, also gave testimony on how he assisted you to arrest accused number 1? Do you still remember that?
May you please repeat your question?
I am saying, do you still remember that Mr. Buthelezi, who worked for the Metro Police, Eguruleni Metro Police in the SWAT unit, also came and gave testimony in support of how he assisted you in the arrest of accused number 1?
My lord, he did. I know that he came to court to testify as to how he presented his evidence, my lord. I'm not aware.
Ngamusakhumbula yini-ke uButhelezi owawuhamba naye ethula ubufakazi ukuthi wakulekelela kanjani-ke ekubopheni yena ummangalelo wokuqala. Ngiyazi ukuthi-ke weza-ke ezofakaza-ke naye, kodwa ukuthi-ke ubufakazi bakhe wabethula kanjani angikwazi lokho.
Mr. Buthelezi told the court exactly what you told the court on how and what items were found on Mr. Sibiya when he was arrested, as per your testimony in the trial within the trial.
I understand.
Ngiyakuzwa-ke uma uthi-ke naye-ke ufakaze washo ngale ndlela nami-ke engafakaza ngayo nokuthi yini esazithola kuyena ummangalelo wokuqala.
He confirmed what you said in the trial within the trial, that in the possession of accused number 3, accused number 1, I'm sorry, ammunition, a magazine, and a cleaning rod that were found in his possession. That confirmed what you also said in your testimony in the trial within the trial. Do you understand?
I understand.
Ngiyakuzwa-ke uma uthi naye-ke ushilo ukuthi kwatholakala imagazini, iy'nhlamvu, kanye-ke nalokhu-ke kokuklina isibhamu.
He did not mention that they also found cell phones in possession of accused number 1. Could he also have forgotten, as you had forgotten, to mention that in your evidence in a trial, within a trial?
Please, with due respect, may you please ask that question to Constable Buthelezi.
Ingabe naye ke wakhohlwa njengoba nawe wakhohlwa ke ukuthi ukusho lokho maka namakhalekhukhwini laba babili ngizocela ukuthi lo buzo ke lo ubuze kuyena ke uConstable Buthelezi.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to request the state to call him so that I'm going to ask him that question. But briefly, let me put it to you, ma'am. That you are being dishonest with the court when you testified in this main trial that when you arrested accused number 1, being assisted by Mr. Buthelezi, you also found cell phones in his possession.
My Lord, there were 2 cell phones, my Lord, that were found in possession of accused number 2. There is also, my Lord, SAP 13, my Lord, to confirm that.
Ngizothi ke mina ke awukhulumanga iqiniso ke la uma ukuthi ke kwatholakala amakhalekhukhwini ababili inkathi ibopha umsolo wokuqala kunamakhalekhukhwini ababili abatholakala uma kuboshwa yena ke umangalo wesibili futhi ke khona ke ne-SAP 13 etshengisa lokho.
Accused number 1, not accused number 2.
Uyabulungisa ke bekushilo uthi accused number 1 hayi number 2.
What is even worse in terms of the explanation that you're trying to give here is the fact that you said to Mr. Buthelezi it's him who actually found those phones in the possession of accused number 1. As per your testimony in this main trial, not in the trial within the trial.
That is correct, my Lord. He's the one, my Lord, who seized the cell phones from accused number 1.
Kuyiqiniso ke lokho ukuthi uButhelezi uyena ke owathatha labo makhalekhukhwini ummangalelwa wokuqala.
As I put it to you, you're just manufacturing a version to suit the circumstances of, or to suit a narrative of what you want the court to hear in terms of how the cell phone were found in possession of accused number 1. And that was a lie.
That is not a version, my Lord, to which I just created or formulated, my Lord. I am referring to the SAP 13, my Lord, whereby, my Lord, the items were documented.
Akusiyona ke into nje lena ingathi nje ngiza nayo ke noma ngiyacabangela ngishilo ukuthi khona SAP 13 lapho amakhalekhukhwini lapho ababhala khona.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, Mr. Kininda comes and tells this court that on a particular day, he receives a call from the National Commissioner where the National Commissioner requests him to take over the investigation of the case, which is a subject here at court. That's just the background. That is what he told to this court. And then he says to the National Commissioner, say, I am your servant. I'm willing to do that. Do you understand?
I understand.
Subsequent thereto, Mr. Kininda then assembles a team to assist in the investigation of the case. With your experience, probably he also ropes you in. With Mukhane's experience, probably he ropes him in. With the gentleman that passed on Mabena, with his experience that I don't know, he probably ropes him in. And the others that I do not know. Do you understand?
I understand.
Yakuzwa ke ukuthi uGininda wathola ucingo kuSithole ukuthi ke akaholeke ithimba eliphenya leqala wase naye ke ezihlanganisela ke lelo thimba lelo wena uMukhane noMabhena.
Now, when you started to prefer your evidence in this main trial, you introduce yourself as an investigator of this court, not so?
That's correct, my Lord.
Ngishilo ke manje ngethula ke la inkantolo ukuthi ngumphenyi.
What did you mean by that?
I meant I was part of the investigation team.
Bengikusho ke bengithi ke ngiyingxenye yethimba eliphenyayo.
What was Mukhane in this team?
He was also part of investigation team.
uMkhane naye-ke wayeyingxenye yethimba eliphenyayo.
Who is or who was he? In fact, who is he in this team?
Who is Mokhane?
Yes. I know he's a policeman. Is he an investigator or who is he?
Investigating as well, my lord.
Naye uyaphenya uMkhane.
Thank you. Now, as an investigating team, as part of the yourself, the team, understand is led by Kininda. Did you at any point go introduce yourself to the family of the deceased?
Never, my lord, been to the family of the deceased.
Angikazeke ngiye kumndeni wakhe umufi.
When I say you, I don't mean you as a person or as a singular investigator. I mean the team in plural. Did you do that?
I'm not aware, my lord, of others, my lord, if they've been to the family of the deceased.
Angazi-ke ngabanye noma bona-ke sebeke baya yini kumndeni wakhe-ke washona.
If they did, would you have not known that?
No, my lord.
Why?
As I said, there are things which I do not know because sometimes they go investigate and then maybe, as I said before, that I'll be maybe busy with other investigations or even be out of the province, my lord. So it's not everything, my lord, that they will report to me as I am not the lead investigating officer.
Uma kuwukuthi-ke babeyile wawuzokwazi yini lokho ukuthi cha isizathu bese ngishilo-ke ngaphambilini ukuthi yikhona-ke izinto ongangizazi nengangingazazi kokunye uthole ukuthi bahambile bayophenya nami-ke khona okunye engikwenzayo noma engikuphenyayo mhlambi ngiphumile nakwisifunda lesi.
Ma'am, look, just to go and introduce yourself to the family of the deceased, it does not take rocket science to have known that my other team members have been to the family of the deceased, even though I wasn't there, just to go and introduce our presence in this case formally to the family members of the deceased, such that if there's something that we want to get on how this incident happened, they should not be surprised that one time there's this team, then the other time there is this team. That would not have been a problem, not so. You would have known that.
My lord, I'm answering for myself. You can maybe put the question that you're asking to them.
Mina ngiphendulela mina-ke ukuthi-ke kwangasinkinga-ke noma into engangizoyazi leyo mhlambe lo mbuzo usungabuza kubona-ke mina ngiphendula mina.
Ma'am, are you trying to tell the court, or are you saying to this court that the manner in which you did this investigation, in this case, was a disjointed one, was a disjointed approach, a fragmented approach, such that other things you knew, such that other things you did not know?
My lord, there is a lead investigating officer, my lord, who is the one who was giving task, my lord, to the members.
Ingabe uthi indlela enaniphenya ngayo lana-ke indlela nje eyayingahlangene kunezinto wawuzazi ongazazi ezinye indlela le enanisebenza ngayo ngishilo ukuthi kwakunomphenyi okuyena-ke oholayo kwakuyena-ke ositshelayo noma oshoyo-ke ukuthi yenza lokhu wena noma omunye yenza lokhu.
And each and every member, my lord, will give reports according to what he was tasked, my lord, to the lead investigating officer, my lord, who is not just a lead investigating officer, my lord, he's a brigadier in the South African Police Service.
Futhi umuntu ngamunye-ke kulabo abanikezwe umsebenzi ukuthi bayowenza uzobuya-ke aze kulo okuyena ohola ithimba azoshoka ukuthi wenzeni utholeni kulokho abekwenza kulowo-ke ohola ithimba ongasiyona nje oholayo kodwa-ke obrigadier emaphoyiseni.
That's exactly my gist as a so-called brigadier in the South African Police Services. According to you, you did not have information that the team that he had assembled, or even he himself, went to the family members of the deceased to introduce himself or the team at large. Now my question is, are you then saying to this court that the manner in which you investigated this case was a fragmented one? One was doing whatever he wanted to do, the other one wanted to do whatever he did.
apologies, I think reference to Brigadier Gininda as a so-called brigadier is unacceptable.
So-called.
May Advocate Minister withdraw that, my lord.
I'm also a so-called judge. Doesn't worry me. Yes, continue. Sir.
I don't know who said that, my lord, that you are,
I'm
also
telling
a
you,
so-called
I'm telling
judge.
you that I am a so-called judge. Nobody called me that.
Who says that, my lord? That you are a so-called
Continue,
judge?
sir. It's Mr. Baloyi is objecting to you calling Gininda a so-called brigadier. So I say, even me, I'm a so-called judge. I don't have problems with that.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So it's fine, man. I mean, everybody, you know,
Yes.
people will call everybody a so-called.
Yes.
Yes, it's fine. Is that what you're saying, ma'am?
That is not what I am saying. As I said before, my lord, that each and every task that I was been given by Brigadier Gininda, I will go back and report to him what is it that I have done.
Asikhona-ke engikushoyo mina lokhu wena okushoyo ukuthi nje umuntu ebezenzela kwakhe noma omunye ayele ngishilo ukuthi uma kuwukuthi kunomsebenzi engiyinike uBrigadier Gininda ngangizobuya ngize kuyena-ke ngimtsheleke ukuthi ngenzeni ngalokho ebethe angiyokwenza.
Ma'am, you said what was your experience at the time at which you became part of this investigation team?
What was my experience?
Yeah, in the South African Police Services. How long have you been in the South African Police Services when you were appointed as part of the investigation team?
My lord, it could be that I was probably about 15 years in the South African Police Service, my lord, and in investigation, my lord, division, it could be maybe about 6 years. 6 or 8.
Kungenzeka ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso kuba ingxenye yethimba eliphenyayo la ngineminyaka ewu-15 iphoyisa kodwa-ke kule hlangothi lolu oluphenyayo mhlawumbe iminyaka ewu-6 noma ewu-8.
Yes, with a 16-year experience as a police, did you not see it necessary that as you are taking over investigation in this case, you needed to go introduce yourself to the family members of the deceased?
My lord, as for me, I have never received any instructions from Brigadier Gininda to say, go to the family of the deceased and introduce yourself. And as I have indicated that I don't know about them, if they have ever been to the family of the deceased or not.
Mina-ke ngikhuluma ngami-ke manje angikaze ngitshele uyena uBrigadier Gininda ukuthi hamba uye kumndeni-ke uyozethula bona-ke ukuthi manje uyingxenye ephenyayo kule cala. Ukuthi bona-ke bakwenza lokho noma cha angibazi.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, must I then understand you to mean that you started to investigate the case without having seen the family members of the deceased?
Me, yes, that's correct, my lord.
Uma ukhuluma ngami-ke yebo ngaqala uphenya-ke icala ngingakaze ngayobabona abomndeni.
Thank you. Now, you'd also recall that this incident happened at Foslores, at a particular house at Foslores. In terms of the evidence that is before court, there were 7 occupants in that house. Do you still remember that? Or do you know that?
I do know that, my lord.
Thank you.
Ukuthi-ke kwakunabantu abangaki-ke noma abantu abawu-7 ngaphakathi-ke endlini noma njengoba isigameko senzeka eFoslores, yebo ngiyakwazi lokho.
Now, when you took over this investigation in this case, did you ever take time to go and talk to those people?
My lord, I still say that I have never received, my lord, any instruction from Brigadier Gininda, my lord, to say I must go and interview the people who were in the house.
Ingabe wahamba-ke noma nahamba-ke ukuthi niyokhulumisana nalabo bantu labo ngisasho-ke ukuthi angikaze ngitshelwe-ke noma ngitholeke umlayezo osuka kuyena uBrigadier Gininda ukuthi angihambe ngiyokhuluma nabo labo bantu labo ababesendlini.
The only person.
So what you're saying is that being, excuse me?
I'm proceeding.
What?
She's still proceeding.
Oh, okay, she
Yes,
still wants to
yes,
continue.
yes.
No, it's fine, continue.
My Lord, I remember now that there's only one person, my Lord, whom I went to obtain a statement from. That was according to the instruction.
Yes.
Ngiyakhumbula ke manje ukuthi kunomuntu oyedwa engahamba ke ngayothatha istatement kuyena ke nalokho kusemuva kokuthi ngatshelwa ke ukuthi angikwenze lokho.
Who's that person?
Is Mthokozi Sithwala.
Umthokozisi Thwala loyo.
Thank you. And you went to Mthokozi Twala as per instructions from Mr. Kininda.
I went to him as per the instructions, my Lord, because I will
From Mr. Kininda?
from Brigadier Keninda.
Yes.
Ngaya ke kuyena umthokozisi emuva kokuthi ngitsheliwe ke uyena uBrigadier Gininda.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, am I then correct to understand you to be saying that you embarked in a process of investigation in this case without having a background from the people who were in the house as to what exactly could have happened at the time at which this incident took place?
My Lord, I still say I was acting on upon Brigadier Keninda's instruction, as he is the lead investigating officer, my Lord. He's the one, my Lord, who was driving an investigation as a senior member, as a lead investigating officer.
Ingabe uthi ke manje naqala uphenyo ke ningayanga kulabo abantu ababesendlini ke niyozwa kubona ukuthi banichazeleke ukuthi kwenzekani. Ngisasho ke ukuthi mina ngisebenza ngokwalokho engangitshelwa uyena ke uBrigadier Gininda nanjengoba kwakuyena oholayo.
My question is, as an investigator or as one of the investigators in this case, you embarked on a process of investigation in this case without having had, visited, or interviewed those people who were in the house to get a background of how exactly this incident took place. Is that what you're saying?
This is what I am saying, my Lord.
Ingabe uthi ke naqala ke uphenyo lolu ningazange niye ke kubantu labo niyokhulumisana nabo nizwe kubona ukuthi kwenzekani yilokhu engikushoyo.
What was your basis for the investigation of this case, ma'am? Where did you get the information on what could have happened in the house?
My Lord, I was obviously briefed by the Brigadier, and also, my Lord, there are other statements which I have read.
Manje uma suphenya ke ukuthi kwakuyini akuholayo ke kutshelayo ukuthi ke yini ekufanele uyenze noma uphenye ke ukuthi ngitshelo uyena ke uBrigadier nokuthi futhi khona nezinye ke izitatimende engangiyifunda.
What statements are those?
I can't remember now, but there are certain statements, my Lord, which I have read.
Angisayikhumbuli ke manje ukuthi yiziphi kodwa zikhona ke izitatimende engayifunda.
Would you like an opportunity to refresh your mind so that you are direct in answering my question when I say what statements are those?
No, my Lord, I do not want an opportunity, my Lord.
Ngabe ufuna ithuba yini lokuthi uyikhumbuzeke uzokwazi ukuthi uphendule ngqo ke kuloko kuzayo cha angicela ithuba ke.
Then what statements are those?
I don't know, because there are several statements which I have read.
Manje ke iziphi lezo izitatimende angazi ngoba ke kunezitatimende ke eziningi engayifunda.
Ma'am, it is common cause. It's an open secret that this case is investigated by two teams. The team that you also part of, and the other team, that comprises of Mr. Buthelezi, Ms. Buthelezi, and Mr. Makubo. I take it you know that.
I am aware, my Lord.
Ngicabanga ukuthi uyazi ke ihloke nje lena ke noma eyaziwa ke noma ubani-ke ukuthi bakunamathimba amabili-ke aphenyayo la yileli wena-ke ingxenye yalo naleli laliholwa noma kwakukhona ubuthelezi namakhubo. Yebo, ngiyakwazi lokho.
Did you and your team at any point had a meeting or meet the team that was comprising of Mr. Makubo and Ms. Buthelezi, meet just to discuss the nitty-gritties of this case, on how the investigation was, how far were they with their investigation, like as in the meeting of the minds? Did you ever do that?
My Lord, there was one instance whereby Brigadier Kininda instructed me, my Lord, to take the dockets, my Lord, and meet Colonel Buthelezi, my Lord, and make copies of all the dockets. That was the only incident whereby I have met with her.
Ingaba khona yini la nahlangana khona-ke leli okulona ithimba liyohlangana-ke naleli kaButhelezi kanye noMakhubo la nihlanganisa khona amakhanda-ke nikhulume-ke mayelana nophenyo laleli cala. Ngikhumbula nje ihlandla elilodwa lapho ngacela uyena uBrigadier Kininda ukuthi-ke angithathe idokodo ngiye kuyena-ke uButhelezi bese ngenza amakhophi-ke amadokodo. Yiloko nje kuphela engikhumbulayo.
So in a sense, what you're telling this court, there was never a stage where the two teams sat down and discussed the facts of the case. As members of the same employer, that is South African Police Services, you never did that, except for you two having went to Ms. Buthelezi to go and make copies of the docket that you've just referred to now.
My Lord,
Yes.
me as Sergeant Mokhula,
Yeah.
I've never sat with them and discussed the case with them. I'm not sure about others.
Ngikhuluma ngami-ke manje uSergeant Mkhula angazi ngihlaleke nabo sidingideke noma sikhulume ngalo icala leli angazi-ke ngabanye.
Ma'am, if that happened, would you not have known about it?
No, my Lord.
Uma kuwukuthi lokho akwenzekile ngabe ongeke ukwazi yini? Cha.
Why?
Simply because I'm not the lead investigating officer.
Isizathu salokho ngoba-ke akusimina ohola ithimba labaphenyi.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a second. Now, with your responses, when you find that the going is getting a bit tough, then you start to say, is this because I'm not the lead investigator? This is what I'm going to do, man. Just a second. You know the state prophet count number? Count number 3 against all these accused persons in a count of robbery with aggravating circumstances. And this is the summary on which they are basing that, that assertion or that allegation against this accused. They are saying in that upon or about the 26th of October 2014 and at or near forced arrest in the district of Boksburg, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally assault Miss Kelly Kumalo, stroke Gladness Kumalo, and did with force and violence take a Samsung S4 cellular phone, the property or in the lawful possession of Miss Kelly Kumalo or Gladness Kumalo, and did rob, it should have been them, her or them. So the state decided to only write her of the same. Aggravating circumstances present being the fact that the accused made use of a firearm. Are you aware of that charge against these accused persons?
That's correct, my Lord.
Kunaleli cala-ke kumacala abawathiswayo abamangalela la kusolwa khona-ke ukuthi ngalo ilanga lesigameko le bashaya-ke uKelly Khumalo, Gladness Khumalo, base bephuca futhi-ke umakhalekhukhwini noma bethatha umakhalekhukhwini obizwa ngokuthi yi-S4 ngokuthi-ke ukona konke lokho kwasetshenziswa isibhamu. Uyalazi yini lelo cala? Yebo, ngiyalazi.
Thank you. And because you're not a lead investigator, certain things you do not know in this case. This is what happens. Mrs. Zandi Kumalo came and told this court that when the two intruders got into the house, the one who allegedly had a firearm, in fact, Makumalo, that's now the old lady, realizing that there were foreigners in their house, grabbed a phone that was on a charger and took it upon herself. But unfortunately, the person who had a firearm realized that she was in possession of the firearm and hit her with an elbow and took the phone from her. Mpinde futhi.
Is that a question?
Did you hear what I said?
No, I was still waiting for you to pose a question. I thought you were just making
No,
a
it's a
statement.
background. Did I have asked you whether do you understand what I say?
No, I understand.
Good. That is what, amongst others, Mrs. Zandi Kumalo came and told this court. And the phone that was taken there, it was a Samsung S4. Do you understand?
I understand.
Kokunye ke okukhulunywe uyena uZandi ke ukuthi ke kulabo bantu ababili ke abangena khona lapho omunye wabo ke wayephethe isibhamu uma wakhe ke uyena ke uMakhumalo wase ke ethatha ke umakhalekhukhwini owawuleli khona lapho kwakuyi S4 lona ke omunye ke mbona ke ukuthi makhalekhukhwini lo uthathile ke wase emshaya ke ngendololwane waphuca lo makhalekhukhwini uyena.
Now, subsequent to what Zandi told to this court, Ms. Zandi Kumalo told, well, I'll call her Zandi. There's nothing wrong in that. Judges are also sometimes called the so-called judges. So, subsequent to that, then we had a testimony.
Mr. Mnisi, just have a bit of respect.
As it is the court, my lord.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I deserve to be respected.
Yes.
I'm 78 years old. I've been 50 years in the profession.
Yes, my lord.
I'm sure I deserve to be respected.
As it is the court, my lord. Yes. Now, subsequent to that, Mr. Musia came, the person who took photos of the scene, came and gave his own testimony. Then as a defense, we requested his working copy. Now I'm giving you a background of what actually happened. We requested his working copy. That is all the photographs that he took in the house. In one of the photos, it subsequently transpired that there was a phone that appeared in one of his photos that was lying on the headrest of one of the sofas in the house, and that phone was identified as a Samsung S4. Do you understand that?
I understand, my lord.
Thank you.
Umsiya ke ma esezokuthi ubufakazi bakhe ke wacelwa ukuthi ke akeze ke naloko esebenza ngako ama izithombe ke kwesinye ke seyithombe eza nazo ke kunawo kunomakhalekhukhwini owabonakala ke owukhona lapha yana kwakuyi S4 ngiyakuzwa.
Now, in view of what is contained in count number 3 and the subsequent discovery of a cell phone that was lying on the headrest of a sofa, which was also a Samsung S4, do you have any comment?
No comment, my lord.
Manje ke kulokhu ke ebengifundele kona ke ngithi yileli cala abathweswe ngalo ukuthi ke bathatha umakhalekhukhwini naloko engiqeda ukusho ke manje ukuthi kwesinye seyithombe umsiya awayiletha la enkantolo kwatholakala ukuthi kwakunomakhalekhukhwini lapha khona ongafisa ukusho cha akukho.
Thank you. Let me tell you the significance of what I'm saying to you is, or the import of what I'm saying to you is, that in view of the latest discovery of a cell phone that was depicted, which was also a Samsung S4, that was depicted in Mr. Musia's working documents, that's simply indicative of the fact that there was no cell phone that was stolen in the house. Because when he came to take the photos, the cell phone was lying there.
Court, please, my lord. That is not correct. My recollection is that one of the witnesses, and I think it's Mr. Tumelo Madala, identified that phone as his.
I did not hear the statement, Lord. May you please repeat?
My lord, we are saying that one of the witnesses did identify this cell phone as his, and according to the evidence, it was Mr. Tumelo Madlala. And in this regard, I just wish to refer the court to page 36 of the proceedings of 7 August 2023, wherein Mr. Madlala testified that he had a phone. It was a Samsung S3, white in color, that he was in possession of on the day. And my recollection is that he did say the phone that was subsequently discovered that Advocate Munisi says it was an S4, it was actually an S3 that belonged to Mr. Madlala.
Mshushisike kuloko okusho uyena-ke u-advocate Mnisi uyaphikisa-ke uthi uma kubhekwa-ke ubufakazi obethulwa-ke uyena-ke uTumelo Madlala ku-page 36 ngo-August ka-2023 wayikhomba-ke noma washo-ke ukuthi lo makhalekhukhwini u-advocate Mnisi akhuluma ngakho kwakumakhalekhukhwini wakhe yena Tumelo Madlala kwakuyi-Samsung S3 eyayimhlophe ngombala.
Yes,
My Lord, as I recollect the evidence of Tumelo Madlala, is that when the intruders came in, he took his phone, ran along with it into a particular room where there were children there, and hid it somewhere on the bedding there, in one of the blankets there. He was not specifically referring to this phone that was found that is depicted on the pictures of Mr. Musia that was on the couch. That is the import of what I'm saying, ma'am. In other words, this count number 3 against this accused number icon, against all these accused persons, is just flawed. It has got no basis. That is what I'm putting to you.
My lord,
As an investigating officer.
we object against that question. It's incorrect. I think if Advocate Munisi were to read the evidence of Tumelo Madlala in its entirety, he would not persist with that question. We submit that it should not be allowed.
So you're saying the assertion is incorrect?
Indeed, my lord.
Okay, fine, and he is saying that is the assertion,
Yes.
Mr. Mnisi. Fine, I will notarize that. And when I write the judgment,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
shall obviously have read all the evidence, then I'll
That is
make a
correct,
finding.
my lords. Thank you.
Nanjengamanje-ke umshushisi uyacela ukuthi lo mbuzo ongavunyelwanga ungaqhubeki umehluleli uyasho-ke ukuthi usho lokho umnumnisi usho lokho ngizothi-ke ekugcineni-ke uma sengifunda-ke i-judgment mayelana necala leli ngizobe ngifunde inhlangothi zombili.
What's your comment, ma'am?
My lord, what I know, what I can comment on, my lord, is that if there was no evidence, my lord, we will not be having this trial.
Mina-ke eyami impendulo kulokho ukuthi uma bekuwukuthi-ke besingenabo-ke ubufakazi ngabe-ke aliqulwa lelo cala.
Thank you. Let us proceed. Now you have in no uncertain term told this court that you never had that you never gave yourself time to go and consult with the witnesses who were in the house, except to have received information from Brigadier Kininda and having read a statement that you can't remember now, not so?
My lord, as I've indicated, my lord, that there is one witness, my lord, whom, as per the instruction of Brigadier Kininda, I confronted, my lord, and obtained a statement from him.
Nanjengoba bese ngishilo-ke kubufakazi bami ukuthi-ke ngokuthunywa noma utshelwa uyena-ke uBrigadier Kininda ukuthi kunofakazi oyedwa-ke ngaya kuyena-ke ngase ngithola istatement kulowo fakazi loyo.
Thank you. Now, there's a description of the suspect who, according to the witnesses who were in the house, gave when they made their initial statements immediately the following day after after the incident had taken place. Do you understand?
I understand.
Kunalapho na-ke ofakazi-ke ilanga-ke lilandelayo emuva kokuthi sehlakalo senzeka la abachaza khona-ke abantu labo ababe basho ukuthi ibona abangena endlini.
Do you have a clue of a description that these witnesses gave of how the first intruder looked like when he got into the house?
No, my lord.
Ingabe uyazi yini nokukhumbula yini-ke ukuthi yini abayisho bathi lo wokuqala owangena wayebukeka kanjani noma waye kanjani? Cha.
Do you know what description did the people who were in the house give as they gave their statement of how the second suspect, according to them, looked like when he got into the house on the date of the incident?
My lord, what I can recall as I'm standing here, my lord, is that one was short with dreadlocks, my lord, and the other one was tall.
Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi bathi uma bechaza lo wesibili owangena engikhumbulayo nanjengoba ngimelana-ke ukuthi bathi uma bebachaza bathi omunye-ke wayemfishane enama dreadlocks omunye emude.
Where did you get that from?
As I said, there are certain statements which I've read, and also I got the briefing from Brigadier Keninda.
Wakuthola phi-ke lokho nanjengoba ngishilo-ke ukuthi kuney'tatimende engayifunda nokuthi futhi-ke ngabrifwa-ke noba ngatshelwa-ke uyena uBrigadier Keninda.
This witness, whose statement that you read, that it described, I don't know which suspect, as short and dreadlocks, and the other one being tall. Which witnesses are those?
My lord, I cannot say it in detail, my lord, which witness is that, my lord, but I know, my lord, that there was a short suspect with dreadlocks and a tall suspect, my lord.
Ibaphi-ke labafakazi labo abachaza ngaleyo ndlela-ke ukuthi omunye wayemfishane enama-dread omunye-ke emude. Angeke ngibasho-ke ngibachaze ukuthi ibaphi, kodwa ngiyazi nje ukuthi kulokho-ke ngakuthola-ke ukuthi babemchaza omunye emfishane nama-dreadlocks omunye wayemude.
Thank you. Let me help you. Now, Mrs. Zandi Kumalo, the very first witness who the state called to come and testify about this incident, this is how he described one of the assailants, or the so-called assailants. That one, the first assailant, or the first intruder, had dreadlocks up to his neck. He was wearing a hat. He had big eyes which were protruding to the outside. And he also had facial contours as if his bones were protruding, or his bones were visible. Yes, visible. And he also had a shiny skin. Do you get that?
I understand.
Nayi-ke indlela-ke uZandile Khumalo amchaza ngayo-ke omunye wabo ukuthi wayemfishane enama-dreadlocks ayefisha lana-ke entanyeni, nokuthi futhi-ke wayenamehlo amakhulu-ke aphumele ngaphandle, wayeney'khomo futhi-ke la kuyena-ke ebusweni nje ecwebezela. Yebo, ngiyakuzwa.
Is that what you could have found or discerned from Ms. Zandi's statement, Zandi Kumalo's statement, as you went through the statement, or you can't remember?
I can't remember.
Thank you.
Ingaba nawe yilokho ke wakuthola ke uma ufunda istatement esikazandi Khumalo angikhumbuli.
Now, Mtokozi Sitwala described the first assailant in the following way. He was not light, not dark, just light. He had visible cheekbones with dreadlocks up to his neck. He was wearing a hat and also a jersey or a jacket. Is that what you could also discern from Thokozi Sitwala's statement if you read it, or you can't remember as well?
I can't remember which
Thank you.
statement, my lord.
Ingabe nako umthokozisi ke wathola lokho akushoyo ke noma usakhumbuli ngoba yena ke umkhumshe njengomuntu wayemfishane wayenamehlo wayenama dreadlocks wayefake ijacket angisakhumbuli ke ukuthi sithi statement.
Now, under cross-examination, Mr. Thokozi Sitwala went on to amplify the description that he gave in his statement. And this is what he said under cross-examination. That the first assailant, or the first intruder, was not really tall, but he was shorter. He was not dark, not light. He used the word cappuccino. He had the high cheekbones, which were longish. He also used the word izikomo. He also had dreadlocks up to his neck. And that is what he told this court as a full description of the first assailant. Did you get that?
I understand, my lord.
Thank you.
Ngiyakuzwa ke ukuthi uthini ke uthe uma eseqhubeka ke noma esho ke ubufakazi bakhe ke umthokozisi bayesemchaza ke ukuthi ke lo muntu lona ke wayenempofu ke wayeke nokuthi futhi ke wayeneyikhomo ngendlela awayisho ngayo wasebenzisa ke negama elithi ke cappuccino. Ngiyakuzwa.
Then finally, Mr. Madlala, Tumelo Madlala, actually not finally, Tumelo Madlala went on to describe the first assailant as a person with dreadlocks and big eyes. Do you understand?
I understand, my lord.
Ngiyakuzwa ke uma uthi uTumelo yena wamchaza nanjengomuntu ke owayenamehlo amakhulu kanye futhi namadread.
Thank you. Now, because in the case that you are investigating, you said there are certain things that you know about this case, and there are certain things that you do not know about this case, and I can't fault you on that. This is a description that the witnesses gave of the person who they allege was wielding a firearm when he got into the house. Do you understand?
I understand, my lord.
Nanjengoba ke khona ushilo ukuthi khona ongakwazi khona okwazi ukuyoqala indlela ke abantu laba abasendlini ke abathi lo wayephethe isibhamu wayebukeka ngayo. Ngiyakuzwa.
Thank you. My lord, it has been indicated to me that probably it's an opportune time to request on behalf of my colleagues and all Sunri that we take a short adjournment.
Yeah, okay, 15 minutes.
Thank you, madam. I had just gave you a description as a form of a background of the first intruder, as was alluded to by the witnesses who in the house. It's just to your benefit because you don't know what is happening in the case docket. Now further on.
You are incorrect to say I do not know. I did say there were several statements which I have read. So I have the background of the case.
Thank you. Now further on. Before I come to this, just a second. Yes. Now further on, if my memory serves me well, I think there's a statement that was introduced into evidence when Mr. Mgomezulu, my colleague for accused number 1, had a session with you. A statement that was deposed to by Mr. Longwe Twala. In that statement, he referred to the description of a firearm that was allegedly toted or wielded by the first perpetrator as a 3.38 revolver special. Do you still remember that?
I do remember, my lord.
Thank you.
Ngiyakhumbula-ke Mr. Mgomezulu embuza-ke nge-statement sikalongwe Thwala la esikhuluma khona-ke nge-point 38 special revolver.
Now, Longetwala is a state witness. We are aware of that, not so? Or he's listed as one of the witnesses in the state witnesses in the list of state witnesses, not so? We are aware of that.
That's correct, my lord.
Ukhona-ke uLongwe Thwala uhla lofakazi bombuso.
Thank you. Now, it is not in dispute that Mr. Longetwala was one of the occupants, 7 occupants, 7 adult occupants in the house who witnessed how this incident happened. Do you understand?
I understand, my lord.
Akusona-ke noma-ke uLongwe Thwala omunye wabantu ababekhona-ke ngaphakathi endlini ababona-ke ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani lokhu ngiyakuzwa.
Now, Mr. Twala, are you aware or do you have a knowledge as to how many statements did Mr. Twala submit in the course of this case?
My lord, I can't say for sure how many statements, but I can confirm, my lord, that I think it's more than one.
Thank you.
Naso-ke isiqiniseko sokuthi itatimende awazenza zingaphike kodwa ngiyazi ukuthi dlulele kwesisodwa.
Thank you. Now, in one of the statements that Mr. Twala gave as a witness on how this incident happened, when the state is going to call him, and I've got all the reasons in the world to to believe that the state is going to call him, because if they don't, we are going to request as a defense that the state should assist us to get hold of Mr. Twala to come and testify for us in the defense case. Now, that's a challenge that I'm putting, it's a request that I'm forwarding to the state. Now, amongst others, if the state were to call him in the presentation of their case, this is what it's going to say. If they don't call him and we call him as a defense witness, this is what he will come and say, amongst others. That in his description of the first intruder, that a person who allegedly had a firearm when he got into the house. This is what it's going to say amongst others. Just as Kelly was about to tell the joke, I noticed the two black guys, one tall, light in complexion, and the other one with dreadlocks, was short and dark in complexion. He was wearing a khaki jacket. Do you understand?
I understand, my lord.
Thank you. The first guy went towards Kelly with the shorter one following him. The one with dreadlocks breached the firearm and demanded the cell phones and money in isiZulu. I just paused there. Did you get that?
I understand, my lord.
Lana ke ulongwe kochaza labo babili ke ethi ke kwakunalona ke owayemfishane enama dreadlocks ke othi ke wayemnyama ke bese kunalona omude athi yena ke owayekhanya bese lona omude walandela uKelly uthi lokho kwenzeka ngaphambi nje ukuthi ke uKelly ke kukhona ke joke awazoyenza bese ngena labantu nalona futhi omfishane wabe eseyamlandela.
Thank you, my lord. We've already raised our objection against the use of unrestricted use of a statement by a witness which statement hasn't been proven. We're not going to repeat our objection. This witness, it's unfair to confront this witness about what another witness says in a statement that hasn't been proven to start with. And secondly, to expect the witness to comment on something that she didn't testify about. In cross-examination, it's perfectly admissible if a witness testifies about a certain aspect. If, say, for instance, a witness says, when I crossed the intersection, the robot was red.
Objection, my lord. The robot is irrelevant. What is the basis of the objection? Let Mr. Malloy get straight to the point so that I respond. You don't have to make example about robots and everything. We're not dealing with robots here.
Yes, I'm just trying to give an example, my lord.
That is an irrelevant example.
Yes, if I can just make the point, my lord. If a witness comes and says and testifies about a certain point, and I'm just giving an example and says, when I enter the intersection, the robot is red, it's perfectly admissible in cross-examination to say, I'm sitting with a statement of witness X who will contradict what you're saying and will say the robot was actually on amber when you cross the intersection. That is perfectly permissible. But then to read out the entire statement of a witness and expect a witness who did not testify about that point to comment, we submit, my lord, that that type of cross-examination, it's not admissible. There's literature about the art of cross-examination, and we submit, my lord, that this is not the type of cross-examination that those authors.
Which book are you quoting?
Yeah, there's one technique on
Technique
litigation.
of litigation.
Yes.
Yes, I know it.
Yes.
I've read it this way, that way, and that way.
Yes. And the author there says, well, it's perfectly permissible to confront a witness if he's testified about a certain point, to say there'll be another witness who will contradict what you say. But, my lord, to confront a witness who hasn't testified about a point, about the statement of a certain witness, we submit, my lord, that is not admissible.
Yes, Mr. Nisi, you can continue.
Thank you, my lord. In any event, my lord.
I said you can continue.
Thank you. I'm continuing, my lord. But before I continue, there's a message that I'm receiving from the accused to the effect that they are feeling very cold. They're saying it's freezing. So I don't know if there is something that can be done about it.
Where's the court orderly? The
aircon probably to be
air
lowered.
conditioning to be switched off. Where's the court orderly? Can you please switch off the aircon? Okay, yeah, okay.
Thank you, my lord. Then the gist of what I'm putting it to you is the description that Mr. Longwe gave when he gave his statement of the perpetrators or of the intruders that got into the house. We are not strange to this, we are investigating officer.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you. Now, he says, the first intruder, that's now the person who was wielding a firearm, had dreadlocks, he was short, and he was dark in complexion. Now, the second perpetrator, he says, he was tall and he was light in complexion. Do you understand?
I understand, my
Thank
lord.
you.
Ngiyakuzwa umfundela ukuthi uLongwe mayibachaza ke laba babili omunye emfishane nama-dreadlocks ethi ke mnyama ke yena-ke omunye ke emude kodwa ekhanya ke ngebala.
Now, I don't want to argue this point. This is information that was discovered to the defense by the state. In other words, it is this some of the basis on which the state decided to match this accused person to come before court here. It's a document that comes from the state itself. Do you understand?
I understand.
Thank you.
Ngiyakuzwa ke uma uthi la ufunda khona ke kubuya kuwona ke umbuso ikona ke futhi noma kuyingxenye kwaloko ekupholele kuthini ke kulethe laba bamangalelwa abaphambi kwenkantolo.
Thank you, Madam. Now, further on, in the course of investigation of this case, the state also approached a facial image analyst, Mrs. Steenekamp. Let me just get her names. Amanda Weiss Steenekamp. She is a warrant officer who assisted the state in a compilation of identikits of the perpetrators who got into the house. She interviewed the people who were in the house, and they went on to give her the description of the two intruders that got into the house. Do you follow?
I'm following.
Thank you.
Ngiyakuzwa ke noma uthi ke kukhona ke no-warrant officer Steenekamp okuyena ke labantu noma laba bathi bawofakazi babekhona ke abamchazela ukuthi babe kanjani labantu wabe eseyadweba yena.
This is also information that came from the state. It is also a basis on which the state decided to have this accused person before court here. State can then not now disown this information. But this is the point that I'm making. Mrs. Steenekamp, now this is a background. I hope you have it as investigating officer. Now, Mr. Steenekamp went on to interview the people who were in the house. And the people in the house went on to give the description of what they saw on the perpetrators, and she went on the basis of that description because she's an expert in this identity kit field. Then she went on to compile this identity kit. Now, the first person that she interviewed, Ms. Steenekamp, I know this is hearsay. I'm going to request that it be provisionally admitted. Ms. Steenekamp will come and testify to this effect. That's my application, Madam. Now, Ms. Steenekamp, in her affidavit, this is what she said about the description that she got from the people that she interviewed as she wanted to compile this identity kit. This is what she says. She says, amongst others, I interviewed several witnesses individually. My first witness was Kelly Kumar. Kelly told me in short that, sorry, thank you. I can see the state has been very considerate to assist the witness with a copy of what I'm reading. Thank you, Mr. Advocate. Kelly told me, in short, that she and the deceased walked into a convenience store. Upon return, Kelly, the deceased, family member and friends had a smoke outside their house. Ms. Kumalo called them inside to say goodbye. They sat down and started chatting again. Kelly was sitting near the kitchen when she saw two unknown African males entering the house. Suspect A appeared very aggressive and demanded cell phones and money. Now, from the testimony of the witnesses in the house, we know that the person who demanded money, we heard, not know, we heard that the person who demanded money from the occupants of their house and cell phone was the person that wielded the firearm. Do you follow?
I follow, my lord.
Thank you. Now, this suspect approached Kelly, and the deceased jumped up towards suspect A. That's now the suspect who demanded the money. A scuffle between suspect A and the deceased started. The next moment, Kelly had two gunshots. She gave the following description of suspect A: that he was an African male in his mid-20s, dark brown, shiny complexion, dreadlock hairstyle, no scars, no facial hair, a golden insert in his upper teeth. The language that he spoke was a local Zulu. He was wearing a brown jacket with a woolen collar. He was not thin in appearance. Suspect A entered their house first. He was armed with an old black revolver. Kelly could not describe the second suspect. After compilation, she was satisfied with the ID kit. She compiled the face with the headgear. Did you get that?
I understand, my lord.
Thank you.
Ngiyakuzwa ke lokhu ungifundela khona lana ke emuva kokuthi noma ke ngiyena uStuyene ekamp lona ngakhulumisana ke nofakazi abahlukene ufakazi wami uqala kwaba uKelly Khumalo. uKelly wangitshela nje kafishane ukuthi yena noMufi babebuya esitolo. Uma bebuya ke kanye nomngane wabo kanye nelunga lomndeni bema ngaphandle ke bebhema uma kaKelly wababizela ngaphakathi bazovalelisa bahlala phansi bakhulumisana. uKelly wayehlezi eduze nasekhishini wabona nje abantu ababili angabazi bengena endlini. Owokuqala ke kwakubukeka kuyena ke owayengancengi ke sefuna ama cellphones nemali weza kuKelly wase esukuma ke uMufi eya kuyena ke lo wokuqala ila abalwisana khona. Uthe uma emchaza emuva kwalokho uKelly wasezwa ke uqhuma kwesibhamu amahlandla amabili wamchaza ngalendlela elandelayo umuntu omnyama ongaba iminyaka ngaba ku20 nokuthi ke futhi la ubuso bakhe ke waye dark brown ngendlela amchaza ngayo futhi nama dreadlocks wayengalimele la ebusweni waye futhi ke wayenegolida wayenayo kwizinyo lakhe langaphezulu ekhuluma isiZulu wayefake futhi ijacket eyibrown futhi ngabukeki ke ngathi ke umuntu wayebukeka ehlanzekile la kuyena emzimbeni. Uyena wangena qala endlini wayephethe isibhamu esasimnyama ngombala. uKelly akazange akwazi ukumchaza owesibili. Futhi ke emuva kokuthi umdwebo lo ngiwenzile wayewona uKelly washo ke ukuthi cha wenyemeke ngalokho engikudwebile.
Thank you. There's just one correction out of respect that I would love to be interpreted properly. Kelly said, according to Ms. Tienekamp, this perpetrator was armed with an old black revolver, not just a gun. In other words, Mr. Jonas, what I'm saying is, when you interpreted, you said, Kelly, according to Mr. Steenekamp, Kelly said, this perpetrator was armed with an old black gun, Ispam. Now, what is mentioned here is that it was an old black revolver.
Uthi kusetshenziswa kwakuyi-black revolver eyayindala emnyama ngombala.
Thank you. Do you follow me?
I'm following, my lord.
Thank you. Now, this is a description. of- Excuse me, my lord. My attention,
Yeah.
accused number 3 is requesting me to approach him.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you. Are you still standing? Hello, standing up. You don't. If you want to sit, you can sit.
No, my lord, I'm fine.
Okay. Is it please the court, my lord? It's just a correction that apparently Mr. Jonas, and when he interpreted, indicated that I say that the suspect had an old black firearm. It is not me, it is what I'm reading here. I don't think that's just a train smash, my lord. I think that has been corrected.
Yeah, fine.
Thank you. Now, this is all, ma'am, a description. I think this is now the description of the gun-toting intruder as it was said by Mrs. Zandi Kumalo, Togozi Sitwala, Mr. Madlala, and now it is Kelly Kumalo. There's a golden thread that runs throughout their description of this witness who was a gun toter. That he was dark in complexion. Did you get that?
I understand.
Thank you.
Lana indlela abamchaza ngayo lena, you said witness, you mean to say suspect?
Excuse me?
You said witness.
Yes, as is described by following witnesses, Mrs. Andy Kumalo, Mtogozi Sitwala, Tumelo Madlala, and Kelly Kumalo.
But then you said this is how they describe this witness.
No, this perpetrator. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Indlela ke lena abamchaza ngayo, abamsho ngayo ke bonke labantu uZandi, uMthokozisi, uTumelo, manje ke sekuKelly ke. Kodwa ke kuko konke lokho la okuhlangana khona ke ukuthi uma bemchaza ke lo muntu ke bathi umuntu owayedark noma ke owayensundu noma owemnyama ngebala.
Thank you. Now, some of these witnesses who were in the house that I've referred to, they also refer to, describe this intruder with the dreadlocks that he wore on that particular day. They say he wore dreadlocks that came to, or that went up to his neck area. Do you understand?
I understand, my lord.
Thank you.
Uzwa ke nama uthi ke bonke uma bemchaza ke bamchaze ngalama dread abathi ke ayema noma ke afica khona la yena emqaleni.
Thank you. Now, further on, Longwetwala, I think I just omitted to mention as well. Longwetwala is also one of the witnesses who also described this first perpetrator, the gun-toting perpetrator, as a dark person as well. Do you understand?
I understand, my lord.
Engishilo-ke ukuthi nje ngisho ukuthi nolongo ethwala naye umchaza ngale ndlela-ke eyodwa abanye lana abamchaza ngayo ngiyakuzwa.
Now, over and above that, the witnesses, Longwetwala and Ukeli Kumalo, go on to describe the type of a firearm that this gun-toting intruder had in his possession on that day, and they're describing it as a revolver. Not just a firearm, but they are very specific, a revolver. Kelly says, according to Mr. Nekam that we are going to call, that it was an all-black revolver. And Longotwala says it was a .38 special revolver. Do you follow?
I'm following, my lord.
Bese
Thank you.
kuthi phakathi kwakhe-ke uKelly noLongwe-ke uma bekhuluma ngalesi sibhamu bakhuluma nge-revolver. uKelly uze athi emnyama endala, uLongwe yena-ke athi yi.38 special i-revolver. Ngiyakuzwa.
Now, Mr. Madlala. Yes, Mr. Madlala. When he gave his testimony here, he told this court that the type of a firearm that this gun-toting intruder had was a firearm which looked like as if it had a wheel. Those were his words. Do you follow?
I'm following, my lord.
Thank you.
Utumela Madlala-ke kubufakazi bakhe-ke uthe noma isichaza lesi sibhamu wathi asibukeka nanjengalesi sibhamu lesi esinesondo. Ngiyakuzwa.
Thank you. Now, this intruder, the gun-wielding intruder that we have been busy with all along, the state's narrative is that was accused number 3, the gentleman that I'm representing. Do you follow?
I'm following, my lord.
Manje-ke umbuso noma lo muntu esikhuluma ngaye lana noma kulabo ababili abangenelela-ke lona abakhuluma ngaye noma esikhuluma ngaye lana ekuthiwa uyena owayephethe isibhamu, umbuso wona-ke uthi ulo engimele mina unumber 3. Ngiyakuzwa.
Now, some of the witnesses, I think Mrs. Andy Kumalo and I can't remember who else, say that this very same person, this person who had a firearm in his possession also had a hat when he got into the house. And when they went away, apparently the head fell down and it was later discovered by members of the LCRC, Mr. Musia, and they took it for DNA analysis. Do you follow?
I'm following, my lord.
Manje-ke abanye uZandi-ke nomunye-ke ufakazi engasakhumbuleki ukuthi ubani-ke bathi uma bekhuluma-ke ngalo muntu lona-ke wayefake noma wayenesigqoko-ke wayesithwele uma sebehamba-ke isigqoko leso sawa sasala khona lapho sasesithathwa-ke amaphoyisa asebenza ngaphansi kwe-LCRC umsiya. Ngiyakuzwa.
Now, a quick one on the head. You would recall, just as a way of a background, that this head was taken to the forensic science laboratory. They were able to extract some DNA from that head. Later on, you then went to accused number 3. I'm going to be specific now, amongst others. You got his DNA sample. I think it was Mr. Tsiye. Yes, Mr. Tsiye got his DNA samples. There was a comparison of the DNA profile that was found in the head and the DNA samples that were recovered from accused number 3, and the results of those analyses are what are contained in Exhibit X3, which say that the donors of the following reference samples were excluded of the donors of the DNA on the swab that are mentioned in that report. In other words, the DNA that was found in the head that was left by the suspect in the house could not be matched with the DNA that was taken from accused number 3. In other words, it was negative. Do you follow?
With regard to the head.
With regard to the head, yes.
My Lord, I'm not sure if I'm correct, but what I know with regard to the head, it's that the results was that it had mixed DNA.
Manje lana ke njengoba leso sigqoko leso sathathwa ke sahanjiswa ke kuyocwaningwa ke kwase ke wena ke kanye naye utsiye neza ke na ke umangalelo wesithathu ila enathatha ke amasampuli ke na ke uma manje sekucwaninga ke sehlanganiswa ke kwatholakala ukuthi la athathwa kuyena unumber 3 kanye nala ahlanganiswa ke nesigqoko akuzange kube khona ukuhlangana ukuthi hayi cha ngempela la athathwe kunumber 3 ayahlangana nala athathwe kusona isigqoko. Mephendula ke uthi uma ngikhumbula kahle ke ngicabanga ukuthi kwisigqoko uma kwasebecwaningile bathe imiphumela yathi kwakune iloko abakubiza ngokuthi bakuhlangahlangane kwakumix lokho kwatholakala kusona isigqoko.
No, that is not what the report says. The report is very specific. They found DNA in the head which could not be matched with the DNA from accused number 3. Simple and straightforward as that.
What the witness is saying is correct. That's
Yeah,
why
that's
the
the
expert
evidence.
says that it was
It was
it's a
mixed.
mixture.
That's the evidence I listened to.
And then the final analysis, the results that the expert came and gave this court was that, and I'm going to read what the expert said. The expert said that the donors of the following references, Ms. MZ Mapisa, BS Ntanzi, Mnube Fisoguhle Ntuli, and Sibia MS, were excluded as donors, as the donors of the DNA. The result do not speak of a mixture. It speaks of being excluded. But nonetheless, we'll argue that point. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I just wanted everything to be on record. Do you understand?
I understand, my Lord.
Thank you.
Ngiyakuzwa ke afundiwe kamagama lana ke ukuthi ke na okwatholakala noma imiphumela ke nanjengamagama ebhaliwe uMZ Maphisa, uNtanzi uMncube, uNtuli Fisokuhle noSibiya MS ukuthi ke abazange kutholakala ke ukuthi bayafaka kodwa ke babekhishwa ke kulawo ma samples noma kuyona imiphumela leyo.
Thank you. Now, ma'am, having sketched this background, that I have so painstakingly done, with your 16-year experience and as a seasoned investigating officer, as you take into account that the DNA did not link accused number 3, and I'm not saying to you make a judgment. I just want your opinion. I'm not inviting you to pass a judgment. I'm only saying you what your opinion is. Do you understand?
I understand.
Thank you. The DNA on the head, having excluded accused number 3 as a donor. In other words, the head did not belong to, he was not the person that was wearing the head in the house. That's number 1. Number 2, in view of the so detailed description of the person who had a firearm, the intruder who had a firearm when they got into the house, would you say, from the solitude of your conscience, and I'm not saying pass a judgment, I'm saying just comment, that includes accused number 3. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know because you are not there. What is your comment?
No comment, my lord.
Thank you.
Manje ke kulokufakazika noma kulokhu esengigqibele kona ke manje ukuthi lana ke ku-DNA kutholakale ukuthi ke khona ke ayikho eyakhe efundwayo noma etholakalayo noma ke iyamkhipha ummangalela umsolo wesithathu nokuthi futhi ke ngale ndlela ofakazi abamchaze ngayo esengikufundele yona ungathi lokho kuyamfaka yini umsolo wesithathu akukho engaphawula kulokho.
Thank you, ma'am. That is honesty in its superlative degree. And that is sincerity in its superlative degree. Now, this is what accused number 3 would come tell this court. If needs be, now we will come and say to this court, maybe before I come to that point, let me refer you again to one last point. The state introduced in its evidence Exhibit S, which was a photo album of photos that the state compiled from the cell phone where a person stores their photos in their cell phone. What do they call that again? Photo file or photo profile. Ne? I don't know what they call it, but these are photos that they got from accused number 3's phone. The state introduced that as Exhibit S. Normally, when we go to Exhibit S, the state will assist us by showing them on the screen. I realize that Mr. Sibande today is not interested in showing us, but nonetheless, there's a photo here, Exhibit S. I don't know. I'm going to show you this photo. I'm going to show you that photo. You can pass it over. I don't know what photo is that, but it's written down there, photo 175. Singapore. Thank you. Thank you, Madam. I think my plea did not fall on deaf ears. Mr. Sibande just jumped up and is preparing to film this photo on the screen so that it can be visible to all of us here. May we just give him an opportunity to do that, Madam. Thank you.
The witness does have a photo, my lord. We can continue.
Oh, yeah. We got it. 157, is it?
Yes, my lord.
175.
I have it, my lord.
Sorry, yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Madam. So I can proceed, Madam.
Yes.
Why is they trying to assist us? Thank you. Now, again, this is the state's case, that on the day on which the incident happened, That is now the 26th of October 2014. The picture that you see there depicts accused number 3, the gentleman that is squatting there in the, I don't know, whitish clothes or semi-whitish clothes there. Do you see? There are two guys there. I'm not referring to the one that is wearing blue and a cap, but I'm referring to the one that is squatting. Both of them are squatting. I'm referring to the one that is wearing lightish clothes. Do you see?
I see, my lord.
Thank you. Now that is accused number 3, Mr. Mnubi. The other gentleman there, I'm trying to identify him. I don't want to mislead the court. I don't know who that gentleman is. But I can for certain tell you that the gentleman that is wearing white, lightish clothes is accused number 3. Now the state's narrative or the state's story or the story that the state has brought to this court is that on the day on which this incident happened, that is now the 26th of October 2014, just plus minus 3 to 4 hours, 3, 4, 5 hours before it happened, accused number 3, this is how he looked like. The state is alleging that this photo was taken on the 26th of October 2014 at 11:52. That is in the morning, 11:52. Now, you would see in that photo that accused number 3 has got dreadlocks, not so?
That's correct, my lord.
Manje ke kulesi sithombe lesi uyabona ukuthi kunabantu ababili abalaphayana ngiyasho ke kwena ke manje ukuthi ke lona ke ohlezi ngaphambili ke bobabili ke bahlezi ngendlela efanayo kodwa ngikhuluma ngale ogqoke icape ofaka icape kodwa lo hlezi ke ngaphambili ukuthi uyena ke umsola wesithathu futhi ke umbuso uthi ke ngalela langa la nge-26 October 2014 nje umahora amane noma amahlanu ngaphambi kwesigameko lesi indlela ke awayengayo noma awayebukeka engayo ke umangalo wesithathu leyana.
Yeah, no, Mr. Sibande has tried to assist us with the photo there, but I think the quality is a little bit not so good. That one is blurred. Let's proceed with the one that is on the picture, but it's just a replication of what everybody is seeing in the screen there. Let me see. Now again, is it correct that in terms of this picture, accused number 3 has got braided dreadlocks that go up to that go up to his shoulders? Is that what you also see?
As per the photo, my lord, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Manje kulesi sithombe ke angithi uma ubuka ke ama dread lana anawo ke ukuthi ke aphela emahlombe uthi yebo ngokwesithombe kanjalo.
They are long, not so.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo made.
Thank you. Is this not a direct contrast with what the state witnesses has described the first intruder as a person who had dreadlocks that went up to his neck? It's a question.
Please, may you please repeat the question?
The question is, as you look at this picture, which the state says accused number 3 on the 26th of October looked like this, as depicted in the photo, is this therefore not a direct contrast with what the state witnesses gave as a description of the dreadlocks that he had on that day, when they said that the intruder who was wielding a firearm, who the state wants to say is accused number 3, had dreadlocks that actually came to his neck? Is that not so?
As a court, please, my lord, I think that is a point that my learned friend can debate during argument.
I haven't heard that kind of an objection, my lord. I don't know whether it is the objection is on the basis of the fact that my question is fair or it is unfair, whether I'm badgering the witness, whether I'm putting something that is wrong to this witness or what. It's just a comment. I'm trying to siphon a comment from this witness based on what has been said in this whole trial. She can simply say, I don't have a comment.
My learned friend is trying to ask the witness to usurp the function of the court. It is the function of the court that will make a determination. Now he's asking this witness an opinion. Yes. And the opinion of a witness is irrelevant. This court is seized with those issues and it's for the court to make their determination.
Kumbuzo obuzwayo ke kummeli ukuthi manje ke lokho kubonayo lana akushayisani akuphikisani yini nokufakazi ke obethule kule nkantolo abo ofakazi bethi ke lama threats abephela khona lana ke entanyeni sethi umshushisi ke ikuyile nkantolo ke ekuzofanele ikhathi isinqumo ke ngalokho hayi ukuthi acele ufakazi ukuthi alethe uvo lwakhe mayelana nalokho.
Yes, Mr. Minister, they say opinion evidence is irrelevant because this witness was not inside that house.
Yes, my lord.
And this witness
Yes.
has not given evidence
Yes.
about viewing or seeing the alleged accused number 3
Yes,
in
my
that day.
lord. Yes, my lord.
So it's all opinion. That's what he's correctly arguing, Mr. Baloyi. This description which you have been elucidating
Yes,
to the
ma'am.
court, all these descriptions are given by witnesses, not this one.
Yes, my lord.
If you put that to Kelly Kumalo,
Yes, my lord.
then it's admissible. You put that to Mtotogisi,
Yes, my
you
lord.
put that to Longwe,
Yes, my lord.
fine.
Thank you, my lord.
But this witness was having coffee maybe in Bloemfontein that day.
She was having coffee in Bloemfontein, my lord.
Yeah, that's what I said. She understands what I mean.
Oh, okay, no, thank you, my lord. I may not proceed with this question, my lord.
Uthi inkantolo noma ke lokho lo ngawusoma lokho abalokikazi laba bethi bona ke babekhona ke endlini abolongwe abokheli abozandi labanye kodwa hayi lona yena ke ongakazi afakazeke ukuthi wambona ke lo oyikuthiwa uyena ke uma wesithathu ngalelo langa.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes.
Just okay, ma'am. Now, this is what you've been requested not to comment on that one. I welcome the suggestion. But now this is what accused number 3 would come and tell this court. That that number 1 he never had shot dreadlocks as described by the witnesses as they were describing the first intruder who got into their house with a firearm in his possession on the 26th of October 2014. What's your comment?
My Lord, my comment is that an investigation, my Lord, that I am involved in, my Lord, has identified, my Lord, the 5 accused as the people, my Lord, who shot the deceased.
Thank you.
Manje ke uma isidingo sikhona ke sekuthi ke noma kufuneka ukuthi umsomangalo wesithathu azoma lana ke ayiphenduleleke kwintsolo lezi ke uzothi kokuqala ke akaze abe nawo ke ama-threat amafishane ngalendlela ofakazi abachaze ngayo ukuthi lo wokuqala owangena owayephethe isibhamu wayenawo ke impendulo ithi ke kufake uphenyo ke engiyingxenye noma engibe ingxenye yalo lolo phenyo ke uphenyo oluholele ubonaka abamangalelwa laba abahlezi phambi kwenkantolo ke namhlanje nanjengabantu ababekhona abangena loyamuzi base bedubula yena.
Thank you. Number two, needs be, he will come and tell this court that he had never been a dark person or a cappuccino or a shiny person in his life, particularly on the 24th of October 2014. He has always been having a very light skin complexion. He has always been, you know, when people met him, they always mistook him to a colored. He had never changed colors. He had never been a chameleon. He had always been like this. Any comment?
My Lord, I still say investigations, my Lord, point him, my Lord, as the suspect.
Futhi ke nangobe bala ke akakaze ashintshe ke nangelendlela ke bona ke noma abanye ofakazi noma ofakazi laba abamchaze ngayo ke ibala lakhe kade labanjena ke futhi ke abantu babeze benze iphutha ke bacabange ke ukuthi ke uyikhaladi ke kodwa yena akakaze nje ashintshe ibala uthi ke uphenyo ke luholele ekuthini ke uyena loyo msobo.
Now number three. He never went into the Kumalos. Or he never was one of the two assailants or intruders who went into the Kumalos who had a revolver in his possession. As it was mentioned by Kelly, Longwe, and amongst others, Mr. Matala. What's your comment?
My Lord, I still say, my Lord, investigations, my Lord, has revealed that he was, my Lord, involved in the murder of the deceased.
Okwesithathu ke ukuthi akakaze ke aye kwakhumalo akakaze abe umunye ke kulabo ababili ekuthiwa ibona ke abangena ke khona lapho phakathi ke ephethe futhi ke isibhamu ke lapho kwakhumalo nanjengoba kushiwo echaziwe ke uKelly uLonge kanye futhi nabanye ke ofakazi nanjengoba besendishilo ke ukuthi uphenyo lona ke likhombile ke ukuthi yebo ke omunye walabo ababekhona ke lapho babulala yena umufi.
Further on, if needs be, he will come and tell this court that he was never involved in the killing of the deceased here, Mr. Senzo Meyiwa. What's your comment?
I comment the same, my Lord, that the investigations, my Lord, has pointed him as the suspect.
Thank you.
Okunye futhi ukuthi ke akakaze ke abe ingxenye ke yokubulawa kwakhe ke umufi lana uSenzo Meyiwa ngisaphinde ngiyasho ke ukuthi uphenyo umkhombe nanje ngomunye ke wabasola.
Thank you. Further on, he will say that all the allegations that the state preferred against him in terms of the charges that I've mentioned in count number 2, which is attempted murder, robbery with aggravating circumstances, the possession of a firearm and the possession of ammunition on that day, he was not involved in that incident.
I still say, my Lord, investigations, my Lord, revealed that he was involved.
Futhi ke neyinsolo lezi ke ayitheswayo ke zonke leyinsolo lezi ke ngokuthi mayelana nesigameko leso senzeka ngalelo langa lelo uthi akazilutho ngazo ngisasho ke futhi ukuthi ke uphenyo lukhombile ukuthi wayeyingxenye.
Thank you. He will further told to this court, if needs be, that you don't know how the deceased was killed, whether he was killed by 13 people, whether he was killed by 3 people, whether he was killed by 6 people. He wasn't there. He has got no explanation to give because he was not there.
My comment is that, my Lord, investigations, my Lord, has revealed that he was involved in the murder of the deceased.
Okunye futhi ke akushoyo ke ukuthi akazi ukuthi ke wabulawa kanjani umufi noma abantu abawu-13 abawu-6 abathathu ngoba wayengekho lapho ngisaphinde ngiyasho ke ukuthi ke uphenyo ke lona ke utshengisile ke ukuthi ke waye ekhona lapho noma wayengxenye yokubulawa kwakhe umufi.
Thank you. You keep on mentioning that according to investigation, it has been demonstrated that he was there. What is the nature of that investigation?
My Lord,
Yes.
must I point everything out for you?
Yes.
My Lord, as I've said that there are statements, my Lord, which I have read,
Yes.
and also, my Lord, I got the briefing from Brigadier Keninda, my Lord.
You
What I
got-
ca-
sorry,
the
sorry
briefing-
to interject. I did not get that one. What did you get from Mr. Kininda?
brief-
Or a
briefing-
brief,
Yes.
or briefing? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry to interject, ma'am. I'm sorry. Right, you may proceed.
Yes, my Lord. And my Lord, there was a downloading that was done, my Lord.
Nanjengoba umane uphendula ke umane uthi ke uphenyo luveze awusho ngalo uphenyo okhuluma ngalo uphenyo kanjani ngishilo ukuthi kuneyitatimende engayifunda ukutshelwa ke noma ke ubrief uyena uBrigadier Kininda ikhona futhi ke ne-downloading eyenziwa.
My Lord, and there were photos, my Lord, that were recovered, my Lord, which match, my Lord, the description of the witnesses, my Lord, the statements of the witnesses, my Lord, who were in the house.
Futhi ke kuneyithombe ezatholakala ke iy'thombe lezo ke uma usubheka manje ke itatimende zabofakazi labo abasendlini ke ezihlanganayo ke naleyo nkulumo noma lokho okushiwo yilabo fakazi.
A firearm, my Lord, was recovered.
Nesibhamu esatholakala.
And also the DNA, my Lord, even though it does not say, my Lord, conclusively, my Lord, but as I have explained in this court, my Lord, that it was explained to me, my Lord, what is the meaning, my Lord, of what was put in that affidavit to say there was not enough, my Lord, to determine, my Lord, if he was, to determine, my Lord, in the DNA, my Lord, that will draw a conclusion, my Lord, to say it's 100%, my Lord, correct, my Lord, to say he was in the house.
Yes.
Nokuthi futhi ke nanjengoba lana ke ngishilo ke ukuthi khona nesibhamu esatholakala futhi ke nale DNA ke noma ukuthi bofuzo okathathwa ke noma ke ngishilo ke ukuthi lokho engatshelwa ke mina kwashiwo ngatshelwa ke ukuthi yebo kwakunganeleke ukuthi kungathiwa ke kungashiwa 100% ukuthi ngempela ke iyamfaka kodwa ke uma nje sengitshela ke noma ngohlobo engatshelwa ngalo ke
Thank you.
ngamayela nayo iDNA leyo.
Is there anything further?
That is all, my Lord, that
Thank
I
you.
can recall now.
Ilokho engikhumbulayo ke okwamanje.
Thank you. Now you made mention, you said something about the photos and the people in the house. What did you say about the photos and the people in the house? The witnesses in the house? I did not get that.
I'm saying
Yes.
there's a statement which I can recall, my Lord,
Yes.
whereby a witness said that the suspect was wearing a khaki or the beige.
Yes.
Yes, but I can't say who is the witness who disposed of that affidavit, my Lord. But I remember, my Lord, seeing some such.
Kukhona ukukhulumileka mayelana nezithombe nofakazi ukuthini kuloko ngithe ke ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ukhona ke ufakazi oshilo ke ukuthi ke umsola loyo ke noma omunye walabo bantu ke wayefake impahla ekhaki noma ke ebeige kodwa ke angisakhumbula ukuthi yimuphi loyo fakazi loyo.
Okay, thank you. I will not fault you. Definitely, I will not fault you. Now, the state further alleges that the accused acted in furtherance of a common purpose in the commission of this offense. Now, would you know as to how, when, and who hatched the plan to commit this offense for the state to come and allege that the accused acted in furtherance of a common purpose?
Do I know who came up with the plan? Is that the
How,
question?
Where, when, and who? 1, 2, 3, 4.
My
for
Lord,
the state to form the basis that the accused acted in furtherance of a common purpose in the commission of this offense. As an investigator, remember, I don't ask you just Jay, as a nobody. I'm asking you as an investigating officer against that background. Thank you. Do you know?
My Lord, I know that there is a mastermind behind.
Manje ke lana umbuso kuyinsolo zabo ke noma bakushoyo ke ukuthi abamangalela njengoba behlezi lana ke baficulwa noma ke babopha uyazi ke ukuthi lokho kwenzeka kanjani kuphi nendawo nini nokuthi futhi kwakubani ke owaye phambili kulokho uthi mayiphendula ke umfakazi yebo ngiyazi ke ukuthi ukhona ke okuyena ke lokho bizwa ngokuthi ke mastermind ukhona ke uyena ophambili ukona lokho.
I actually did not get that when you were saying it in English, but now that has been said in Zulu, a language that I properly understand, I'm able to follow it. So, from the interpretation that I got, you are saying you know for a fact that there's a masterminder who masterminded this whole thing, which is the reason why the state says that these people acted in furtherance of a common purpose.
That's correct, my
Do you
Lord.
okay, thank you.
Ukhona ke okuyena ke oyiqobo nangingakho ke umbuso usuthi ke yebo abamangalela ke noma ke itulo ke leli phakathi kwabo abalenza ke bona.
Thank you, my lord. I realize from the big screen, my lord, that it is 3 minutes to 1 o'clock. Now, out of the respect of my colleagues who would normally have their lunch at 1 o'clock, my lord, I would really mind if we tap into the 3 minutes of this court and allow our colleagues, very noble one, to take their lunch just 3 minutes before the actually now 2, just 2 minutes before the actual lunch starts. I would therefore request that we adjourn for lunch.
Yeah,
Thank you, madam. Oh, there's something that Mr. Mgomezulu wants to address this court. I'm sorry, madam.
My lord, I'm requesting that we take 2 minutes or 3 minutes of your time outside with my colleagues, madam. There's something that I wanted to put to the attention of the court. And I've also included Mr. Baloyi in what I'm trying to traverse to the court.
Yeah, okay, let's adjourn that.
Must I repeat what I said? Okay, no, thank you. The question was, is it correct that in her evidence, she made mention of the fact that she received a lot of information on how the facts of this case are, or on what the facts of this case are, and then she says that is correct.
Ubufakazi bakho ushilo-ke ukuthi wathola-ke imininingwane ukuthi-ke kuyini-ke yini equkethiwe-ke ekhona-ke mayelana naleli cala leli waphendula-ke wathi yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
Now, as a seasoned investigator, did you go verify that information that you received from Brigadier Kininda, just to find out if what Mr. Kininda told you aligns with the version that the witness were in the house are saying? Do you get my question?
I get your question.
Thank you. What is your answer?
Yes, I did some of the things verify, my lord, because sometimes I'll have questions.
Ingabe manje-ke kulolwazi-ke onalo oluthole kuyena uBrigadier Kininda naloku-ke khulunywa wafakazi uhambile-ke wayoqinisekisa-ke ukuthi ngempela-ke kuyahlangana-ke yebo ngikwenzile-ke lokho ngoba kwezinye-ke indawo bengiye ngibe nemibuzo.
Now, in your endeavor to do so, did you at some stage go and have a consultation? Just to go verify what Brigadier Mr. said to you, go and verify same with the witnesses who were in the house.
My lord, no, I was never directed to the witnesses, my lord, who were in the house. The thing is, I can't remember now the statement, my lord, that I took from Thokozis, my lord. I can't remember what it is contained in it.
Angazeke ngitshelwe ukuthi angihambeke ngiye kulabo babephakathi-ke endlini kodwa-ke istatement lesi-ke sakhe uMthokozisi ithwala angisakhumbuli ukuthi yini-ke ayishilo noma ebhaliwe kusona.
The essence of my question is Mr. Kininda tells you that is this, for instance, he would say this is how it happened. As an investigating officer, did you take an opportunity to go out to the people who were particularly in the house, go and verify the authenticity of what Brigadier Kininda told you from the people in the house, who were in the house? Did you ever do that?
My lord, as I am mentioning that it is only one person, my lord,
okay.
that I was actually instructed, my lord, to go and obtain a statement from.
Sorry. Engikubuzayo-ke kuwena ukuthi-ke nanjengoba-ke uBrigadier Kininda bezokutshela into-ke ukuthi uhambe uye kofakazi-ke uzame-ke ukuthi uhlanganiseke ukuthi le nto ayishilo kuwena naye bayishoyo-ke iyahambisana yini nanjengoba ngishilo-ke ukuthi-ke ufakazi oyedwa kuphela mina-ke ekwathiwa noma engatshelwa ukuthi angiye kuyena-ke.
Thank you. Now you are told this court in no uncertain terms that you've got information or the state has got evidence that the assertion that the accused persons acted in furtherance of a common purpose is just not a thumb-sucked information, it's not a trumped-up information, but that there was a masterminder who was masterminding this whole thing. Is that what you said? Not so?
That's correct, my lord.
Kumbuzo-ke ukuthi-ke noma kulokho kumele bekushilo-ke ukuthi-ke lana-ke abamangalelwa basola ngokuthi-ke lana kunetulo-ke elikhona-ke ushilo wena uphendula-ke wathi uyazi-ke ukuthi ukhona-ke owungqondo kona konke lokhu yebo ngishilo.
Now you would agree with me that a masterminder is basically a co-perpetrator, not so?
That's correct, my lord.
Uvumelana-ke nami ukuthi-ke ungqondo-ke naye-ke umuntu naye oyingxenye noma-ke naye khona kwenzileke kubulelesi lobo yebo ngiyavuma.
You would basically also agree with me that in terms of a comparison, a masterminder is a shark. Those that he sends to go and execute what he wants to be executed are just sardines. Not so?
My Lord, I understand Mastermind to be a person, my Lord, who obviously given instruction.
Mina ke unqondo ngimazi nanjengomuntu ke okuyena ke oshoyo ukuthi akwenzekeni noma akwenziweni.
Yeah, in terms of the marine life, we've got a whale, we've got a shark, we've got a sardines. Now a masterminder is a shark. Those that he sends, the soldiers, are just sardines. They are not the most fearful for people. Abantu abasabekago. Isilungu siyabaleka phela but bona abantu abasabekago, you see. A dangerous person is the shark, not so. Would you agree with me on that
My
one?
Lord, I
Thank
don't
you.
want to get to the sharks and the sardines issue, my Lord. All I'm saying is that my understanding is that a mastermind is someone who has given out an instruction.
Angifuniki ukuthi ngingeneke kulokhu la wena uchaza khona ke inhlobo ethizeke zofish kunama shark nama whale kunalezi ezincane ke lezi ezithunywayo kodwa mina ke ngikushoyo kuwena ukuthi ke unqondo yiloyo yena ke oshoyo ukuthi kufanele kwenziweni.
Thank you. Now, as you look at the at the 5 accused that are appearing before court here, is that mastermind here?
The mastermind.
Yes. The one you said you know, you've got evidence that there's a mastermind. Is he or she or them here? Or it here?
No, my Lord.
Lona ke ngikhuluma ngaye ngimshoyo ukuthi unqondo mangibhekeke laba abahlanu ke abahlezi lana cha akekho phakathi kwabo.
But you've just told this court that a mastermind is a person who gives out these instructions. In other words, the mastermind in our case here, the mastermind is the person who said, accused number 1, this is your function. Accused number 2, this is your function. Accused number 3, this is your function. Accused number 4, this is your function. And accused number 5, you had to do this. He's a dangerous person. Why is that person not here?
My Lord, what I can recall is that
Yes.
the Brigadier did mention that he applied for a warrant of arrest,
Yes.
but it was not issued. I'm not in position to say why it was not issued. That's all I know.
Nanjengoba ushilo ke ukuthi unqondo ke uyena ke ozothi mangalelo oqala yenza lokhu mangalelo sibili yenza lokhu mangalelo sithathu yenza lokhu mangalelo wesine yenza lokhu nowesihlanu yenza lokhu umuntu loyo ke onobungozi kakhulu ke kungani ke engekho lana engikwaziyo ke noma engikhumbulayo ke ukuthi uBrigadier Gininda wasenza ke isicelo sencwadi egunyazisa ukuboshwa kwakhe ukuthi kungani ke ingakhishwa ngake angazi.
He said he will apply for the warrant.
Wathi uzokwenza noma uzosifaka ke isicelo sencwadi leyo egunyaziswa ukuboshwa kwakhe.
Thank you. So there was an indication from Brigadier Gininda that he would go and make an application for a warrant of arrest against that mastermind, but fortunately you can't really say why was that not done, not so.
That's correct, my Lord.
Shilo ke ukuthi washo ke ukuthi uzokwenza lokho ukuthi ke kungani ke kungenzekanga angazi.
Thank you. But now you specifically told the court that you know for a fact that there's a mastermind. What is it that this mastermind did in the context of this case, which you are then labeling him or her or it or them as a mastermind? What is it that they did?
As a court, please, my Lord, I wonder if really this issue should be canvassed in so much detail. This trial is about the current accused who are before court, and the questioning and the cross-examination should be confined to the accused who are before court.
Leli icala ke kubuzo ke othi ke nanjengoba ushilo kuyazi ukuthi ukhona ke unqondo yini ke lena awayenza ke yena ke ekubangela usho ukuthi uyena unqondo usethi umshushisi ke leli icala ke lingabalisa laba abawu5 abaphambi kwale nkantolo uma sekubuzwa ke imibuzo ayiqondane nabo ke.
Yes, Mr. Minister.
My Lord, it is this witness who came up with the concept of a mastermind. And just to paraphrase her, you said, I've got information that was in relation to the common purpose, by the way. I've got information that there's also a mastermind who was involved in this whole scenario here. So I can't understand and figure out on what basis can this question be unfair when I specifically implore that fact further as to what is it that this mastermind, in the context of this case, did, which you are then empowered or enabled to refer, or that justifies you to refer to him, because I don't know that mastermind for now, to him or her or them or it as a mastermind. I don't understand what is the unfairness of the question in that context.
My Lord, this is a collateral issue. The trial is about the current accused. If a witness gives an answer on a collateral issue, that should be it, my Lord. That answer cannot be pursued any further. We submit, therefore, that this line of questioning, my Lord, is pursuing a collateral issue for which an answer has already been given, and it should be left to rest there, my Lord.
As it is the court, my Lord, my colleague is simply mentioning that it's a collateral issue. Collateral issue in the context of this trial simply means it's a facta probandum. That is a fact which is relevant to the facts in issue. That is perfectly
Yeah,
perfect.
continue, Mr.
As it pleases the court, my Lord. What is it that this person that you are referring to, him, it, her, or them, as the mastermind, did for you to refer to them as a mastermind? Very briefly, what is it that they did?
My Lord, what I can say is that what I was briefed, my Lord, upon is that the accused are linked with the mastermind, my Lord, but I'm not in position to detail everything, my Lord, like how they are linking the accused to the mastermind.
Inike lena ubuntu lona umchaza wena ke nanjengo ngqondo ayenza khona kukona ke lokhu noma kwicala leli ke engikwaziyo noma engakutshelwa ke ukuthi ke bayahlanganiswa ke abamangalelwa kanye naye ke umuntu lo anginayo ke imininingwane ke eminingi ke ukuthi ke ngayiphi ke indlela, kodwa ngiyazi ukuthi ngatshelwa ke noma ngabhayifwa ke ukuthi khona ke ukuhlangana nokuxhumana okwakukhona.
So it was by mistake when you told the court that you know that there's a mastermind who operated this whole thing that was working in concert with all these accused persons here, that you've got some information about that.
It is not a mistake, my Lord. I'm still standing, my Lord, on that point I have made.
Bengasilona ke iphutho uma bengisho ke ukuthi ngiyazi ukuthi ke ukhona ke ungqondo kukona lokho ngisamile ke kuloko bengikushilo.
So according to the information that you then received as an investigating officer of this case from Brigadier Kininda, why is that mastermind or those masterminders or that it masterminder not before court here?
I do not know, my Lord. What I know is that the warrant was not issued. I have no idea, my Lord.
Ukuthi kungani ke loyo ngqondo loyo engekho ke phambi kwale nkantolo angazi, ngiyazi ke noma angazi nokuthi futhi kungani ke incwadi leyo kunyazisa ukuboshwa kwakhe ingazange isayinwe noma ikhishwe.
So you're suggesting that it's a question that I should pen, and when Brigadier Kininda arrives here, I should pursue that question with him.
Yes, my Lord.
Thank you.
Yebo kanjalo ukuthi umbuzo loyo ke usungawubuza yena ke uBrigadier Kininda uma esekhona la.
So in terms of your investigation, as an investigator in this case, you don't know how this masterminder and these accused persons are linked. Now, you yourself personally.
You are saying I don't know how they are linked. May I please repeat the question?
Let me repeat my question. In terms of your own personal investigation, knowledge that you gathered as you were investigating this court, You only know that there's a mastermind who was behind this whole thing here. But what role did that mastermind play? How that mastermind influenced the existence of this accused person, in this case, in the commission of that offense, that you do not know.
I do not know, my lord.
Thank you.
Yebo ngiyazi ukuthi ukhona ke ungqondo ukona konke lokho ukuthi wenzani ke yena ke ukona konke lokho cha angazi.
How many masterminders were there? As per your investigation, do you bear any knowledge?
My lord, I only know one mastermind.
Uyedwa kuphela ke ungqondo engimaziyo ke kulokho.
Yeah, you know, I'm not in a space to ask who that masterminder is. You say it's only one mastermind. Not so?
Yes, my lord.
Thank you.
Yebo ngisho kanjalo ngithi uyedwa kuphela.
Just a second. Let's see. My lord, may I consult accused number 3
Yeah, fine.
on this masterminder kind of a thing? Thank you, my lord. Now, you in no uncertain terms, you're telling this court about this mastermind. You're mentioning that there's only one mastermind. Who's this mastermind? Is it the person that is known to you? What is their name? Where do they stay? Or where does he or she stay? Who is she or he?
My lord, I only know the name by Nonhlanhla Kheli Khumalo.
Ngazigama ke mina lakhe ke ungqondo lona uNonhlanhla Kheli Khumalo.
Nonhlanhla Kheli Khumalo. In the course of investigation, did you ever meet her? Because Nonhlanhla, I mean, it's a her. Now at least it dawns in my mind that you're talking about the lady here. Did you ever met her in the course of your investigation?
No, my lord.
Ngabe kuphenyo lakho ke sike wahlangana naye yini? Cha.
Did you ever make attempts to contact her?
No, my lord.
Wazama yini ukuthi uxhumane naye? Cha.
Now, in your knowledge, as part of the investigating team, what necessitated her non-arrest?
My lord, I have no idea. I do not know. What I know is that the brigadier told me that he has applied for a warrant and it was not issued. So I'm not sure why.
Kuphenyo lakho ke yini ekwaba imbangela yokuthi angaboshwa angazi mangikhulumisana naye ngixoxisana naye ubrigadier ushilo noma washo ukuthi isicelo wasenza ke sencwadi ke gunyazisa ukuboshwa kwakhe.
Thank you. My lord, may I request a very final indulgence?
What?
Final indulgence to approach the accused.
Yeah, fine. No, it's because the first time I attended trial, which is superseded by 1 million requests to take instructions. That's all.
Yes, it please the court, my lord.
Because normal trials which I've attended to in the past, you take instructions, You know your version. Whatever witness comes with a version, we have consulted your witness. But in this trial, every 5 minutes is a stop-start. Is that so, Mr. Newman? Were you ever involved in a trial like this, with the stop-starts?
I've been given that opportunity to consult.
Yeah, but
Yes.
you ever, the stop-start.
Maybe to properly get instructions.
And it's not a criticism, it's just stating a fact.
Thank you.
Mr. Ramosipiti. No, we are entitled to do that.
No, we are creatures of instructions.
Yes,
if
of
he
course.
raises the hand,
Yes.
no matter
yeah.
I consulted with him at the beginning, I still need to hear what he says.
No,
because
quite.
Tomorrow I'll be criticized to say he raised his hand, you didn't take the point.
No,
so
you're
it
entitled.
does happen. It's unlike that. The stop starts are for new instructions.
Okay, they are for new instructions. Okay. Yes, Mr.
As it pleases the court, madam.
Yeah.
I've got instructions from Mr. Mnuwe, much against what we have told to this court, that there's a mastermind here by the name of Nonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo, that he himself never met Kelly Khumalo in his life. There was no communication between him and Kelly Khumalo. There was no communication between Kelly Khumalo and him. There was never ever a communication between him and Kelly Khumalo in the presence of this other accused. There was never ever a communication between him, Kelly Khumalo, in the presence of this other accused about the killing of Senzo Meyiwa.
As I have mentioned, my lord, that I have no details of how each one is linked to the mastermind.
Ngitshela ke manje umnumzana Ncube ukuthi ke akakaze ahlanganeke nalo muntu ombiza ngokuthi uMnqondo uNonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo akhulumisane naye axhumane naye noma akhulumisane naye bekhona abamangalelwa abanye laba noma futhi akhulume ngalo icala leli bekhona bese ngishilo ke ukuthi angazi anginayo imininingwane yokuthi ummangalelwa ngamunye kulaba ke uhlangana kanjani ke naye uNqondo loyo.
Finally, there's also no indication, nothing whatsoever, that this other accused person, beyond accused number 3, had a communication with Kelly Khumalo in the presence of other accused. That is mutatis mutandis. In other words, when Kelly Khumalo spoke to them or when they spoke to Kelly Khumalo, that thing never happened. In other words, this is a trump-up case against the accused person, as against Kelly Khumalo as well.
My lord, I do not have comments, and as I have indicated that I have no knowledge how they are linked with each of the accused.
Nokuthi futhi ke akukho la khona ke kutshengiswa khona noma ikhona ke into ekhona ethi abanye bakhuluma noKelly uKelly wakhuluma nabanye into njena ke nanjengoba ngisho ke ukuthi nje itulo ke leli kubona abamangalela kanye futhi nakuyena ke uNonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo bese ngishilo ke ngathi akukho emininingwane enginayo ukuthi bahlangana kanjani.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you.
For the court's patience in allowing me to consult accused on
Yeah.
a number of occasions, my lord.
Okay.
I've got no further question to the witness.
Yes.
Thank
Mr. Khumalo, are you the next? Have you cross-examined? And Mr. Miyeki?
Done my cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. We
Oh, all of you.
cross-examined yesterday, yes.
I see. Re-examination, Mr. Baloyi.
As the court pleases, my lord. Earlier on, Advocate Nisi put a proposition to this witness that an S4 cell phone is depicted on the master copy of Warrant Officer Musia's album. We raised an objection, my lord, at that point
Yeah.
and indicated that that is at odds with the evidence of Mr. Tumelo Madlala, we wish to further refer in this regard to Exhibit O in brackets 3. This is the affidavit of Sergeant Moshwana. And
Objection, my lord. Is that not a matter that should be reserved for arguments? As the state has always been indicating to me that it's a matter that should be reserved for argument.
No, no.
Reference to Mr. Mushwana's
No, he says you put in, as
Yes.
an assertion, incorrect evidence. Am I right, sir?
yes, indeed. And we-
Incorrect evidence. It's not me saying that, it's him. Now he's saying the record shows the correct evidence.
yes.
No argument about it.
Yes, we just elaborate him a lot on the earlier objection. In paragraph 3 of this exhibit, O in brackets 3, Sergeant Mushwana testified that on the 27th of October 2014, he received a telephonic request of assistance from Lieutenant Colonel Nietleng as per First Lores CAS 63610 of 2014 to assist in downloading the data from 6 cell phones. And he says the cell phones were packaged in forensic bags as follows. Number 1, he gives a forensic bag number containing 1 Samsung S3. This is the objection, my lord, that we raised, and Advocate Mnisi incorrectly referred to it as S4.
Lana ke umshushisi uveza ke udaba beke kwakhulunywa ngalo ngaphambili ke uma uadvocate Mnisi ebethi ke kufakazi le phone lena ke ayizange ithathweke ngoba kuyithombe zakhe uwarrant officer Musiya yayikhona ke leyo phone. Umshushisi uthi ke manje useyafunda ke ku exhibit O 3 la kwakufakaza khona uSergeant Mushwana ku paragraph 3 kufakazi bange 27 la ashilo ke khona ukuthi nge 27 zika October 2014 wathola ke ucingo olubuya kuyena uLieutenant Colonel Nietleng emcela ke ukuthi ke acwaninge ke imininingwane yomakhala ekhukhwini abawu6 phakathi kwabo ke labo makhala ekhukhwini kwakune Samsung S3 eyodwa. Uthi lokhu kutshengisa ke ukuthi lokhu yabe kushiwo uyena uadvocate Mnisi ukuthi kwakuyi S4 bekungelona iqiniso kodwa nabo ubufakazi obushoyo ukuthi kwakuyi Samsung S3.
This is further buttressed by the form that was completed as per exhibit O in brackets 4 in brackets D with the details of Mr. Tumelo Madlala, and his phone is described as a Samsung S3.
Kubeka ke uthi khona ke nobunye ke ubufakazi ke ukuthi exhibit O 4D nala khona ke kuchazwayo ukuthi ke kubhaliwe futhi imininingwane yomnikazi uTumelo Madlala nomakhala ekhukhwini wase uyachazwa ke ukuthi kwakuyi Samsung S3.
Now, Sergeant Mohola, Mr. Ramosepele for accused number 2 put to you that Sergeant Mohani obtained a buccal sample of accused number 2 at Pretoria North Police Station in your presence, and you responded that you were not present.
Yes, my lord, I was not present when the buccal swab, my lord, was taken from accused number 2.
Mr. Ramosipile ke umele umangalelo wesibili ushilo kwena ke ukuthi wawukhona ke noma ngenkathi uSergeant Mohane ethatha ke ubufakazi bala emlonyeni ke kuyena umangalelo wesibili ePretoria North wawukhona wasuyaphendula ke wena wathi cha wawungekho yebo ngishilo ukuthi ngangingekho.
Have you since become aware of who took the buccal sample of accused number 2?
Yes, my lord.
Yes, who was it?
Yes,
Objection. That's new evidence that now the state is introducing.
How is it new, sir?
It is new in a sense that when this witness testified, she said, I don't know. Now the state says, have you subsequently become aware? When?
Now, she didn't say, just listen.
Yes.
She didn't say, I don't know.
Yes.
She said she was not present.
Yes.
That's the evidence.
Exactly.
Now, the re-examination is, has she since become aware of the person who actually took the buccal sample, as opposed to what accused number 2 says, or Mr. Ramusipili says, it was in the presence of her. That evidence is clarifying.
That is the reason why I'm saying, my lord, that is now new evidence. When did she become aware? As she was preferring a testimony. How did she become aware?
The question is allowed, sir.
As it pleases the court.
As the court pleases, you can go ahead.
It is,
It is fine. The person, the state will be calling the person.
Are you recording the person?
Yes.
Okay.
sorry, my lord, it's Sergeant Mashele.
Yes.
Sergeant Mashele.
Yes, my lord.
Ingaba nanjengoba usho ukuthi wawungekho uye waba nalo ke ulwazi yini ukuthi ubanike lo wathatha ke lobo bufakazi lobo bomlomo kuyena ke ummangalelo wesibili yebo umbuzo ke lo abe nenkinga nawo ke advocate umnisike kodwa inkantolo yathi yavumela ke uthi ke Sergeant Mashele nombuso uthi ke uzobizwa ke loyo bufakazi loyo.
And it was further put to you that Sergeant Mukhani obtained the buccal swabs at Vilera Police Station on the 26th of October 2020, on the eve of accused number 2's court appearance on the 27th of October 2020. Do you have comment on that?
My lord, according to this slip, my lord, if I remember correctly, Advocate Ramusipili did ask me, my lord, to get this for
Yeah.
him. And that's how, my lord, I made inquiries from Sergeant Mokhane of where, my lord, did he put this, my lord. So it was discovered that it was mistakenly filed, my lord. And the location, my lord, indicates that it is 325 Ben Falyun Street, Pretoria North.
And the date, time?
And it shows, my lord, the station is, and the date is 2020 06 16.
Lana ke uyavela ke noma uMr Ramusipile omele yena ke ummangalelo wesibili ucheck wena ke noma akushilo ke ukuthi nge-26 zika October 2020 ngelanga nje ngaphambi lokuthi ke ummangalelo nabammangalelo bayobingelela imantshi eBoksburg ila uSergeant Mukhani athatha khona ke lobufakazi bomlomo ke kuye nommangalelo wesibili. Kodwa ke lana kuyavela ke ukuthi ikheli elibhaliwe ke khona lana ngoba uMr Ramusipile uyena ongicelile ukuthi angimphatheleke lobufakazi kwatholakala ukuthi bekubekwe endaweni ke engasiyona noma errong 325 Ben Falyun Street kwakunge okay yeah istay kubhaliwe indawo Pretoria North 2020 06 16.
Sorry, did you give that to Mr. Ramusipili?
Yes, all the councillor.
Oh, all of them, okay.
Yes, all of them, my lord. Yes. And it will serve as exhibit D7.
Triple
D7.
Triple D7.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Ramusipili further asks you about the chain of custody of the buccal sample for accused number 2, and Ms. Advocate Numal of accused number 4 asks you about the chain of custody for the buccal sample of accused number 4. You testify that you did hand in these buccal samples at the biological section of the forensic science laboratory. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Ubuziwe ke uyena uMr Ramusipile ke nomele yena ummangalelo wesibili ngokuthi ke ukulandelelana ke noma ukuhanjiswa ke kwalobufakazi lobu wase uyabuzwa kuyena ke uadvocate Khumalo ngokumphathelene naye ke ummangalelo wesine washo ke wena ukuthi wazihambisa ke uzisa kuyona ke ilab yebo kuyiqiniso.
Did you get any acknowledgement of receipt?
That's correct, my lord.
Ingaba khona yini owakuthola ke okuyisiqinisekiso noma okutshengisayo ke ukuthi wakuhambisa lokho uthi yebo kuyiqiniso.
I just want to show you a document which has been marked Exhibit D8. Can you just identify it?
Yes, my lord.
Yes.
These are the receipts, my lord, which I have received, my lord, from Biology Forensic Science Laboratory.
Iwona ke amaphepha lana noma ke ireceipt ke engayithola ke uma ngihambisa ke base benginikeza lokho okuyinkomba ke yokuthi ngempela ngakuhambisa.
Yes, for which accused?
For accused number 2 and accused number 3 and accused number 4.
Lana ke kubhalwe umangalelo wesithathu kanye nowesine.
As a court, please, my lord, it's not really in dispute. We just beg leave to hand up this exhibit D in brackets 8. It's acknowledgement of receipt from the biology section of accused 3 and accused number 4. My colleagues have been finished with that document. Right. Advocate Mnisi put it to you that your evidence regarding the 2 cell phones that you testify that were found in possession of accused number 2 on the 30th of May 2020 during his arrest is untrue. You then responded that there is an SAP 13 to confirm that.
That's correct, my lord.
Advocate Mnisi ke ushilo kwena ke ukuthi ubufakazi bakho mayela nomakhalekhukhwini ababili abatholakala kuyena umangalelo wokuqala nge-30 zange-2020 kathi eboshwa ukuthi bengasilona iqiniso. Washo ke wena ukuthi ke ikhona SAP 13 ewubufakazi ke ukuthi impela bakhona lawo ma cell phones. Yebo.
Now, you've already referred to the SAP 13 extract from Tembisa Police Station. Is there any other extract of SAP 13?
My lord, I have the SAP 13 of Tembisa South, my lord, and there is also SAP 13, my lord, from Brixton, my lord, upon which they have received the exhibits.
Nayo ke usukhulumile ke ufakazileke nge-SAP 13 yaseThembisa ingaba ikhona yini enye SAP 13 SAP 13 yaseThembisa South kanye futhi ke nayo ke eyase Brixton.
I just want to show you a document that has been marked Exhibit D in brackets 6, which has also been furnished to my colleagues. Can you just identify that?
Yes, my lord, it is SAP 13413, my lord, where an entry, my lord, has been made, my lord, in connection with the 2 cell phones, my lord, that were seized from accused number 1.
Lana ke exhibit lona ke D6 bhaliwe ke ku SAP 13 lapha ke ku 413 ekhuluma ke ngomakhalekhukhwini ababili abatholakala kuyena umangalelo wokuqala.
Yes, can you just put, do you have a copy? Can you just put the contents on record?
The one of Brixton.
Yes.
It is SAP 13413, Tembisa 217/03/2019, dealing in drugs, Samsung, unknown email, back number PA600, My lord, I can't actually see this number.
Yes.
It's not clear if it's 6 or 5.
Yes.
00180696, and there's PA 600 1244 570. The second one is black phone, unknown email, PA 500 180 6986, and there's PA 600 1244 568.
Imininingwane ifundeka ngale ndlela ke u413 uthembisa number yeqala ke u217032019 iqala ke ukutholakala neyidakamizwa kubhaliwe ke ukuthi iSamsung 3.1 IMEI number ayaziwa uPA kune number bukeka ngathi u6 ke 6001806986 no PA 600 1244570 umakhalekhukhwini wesibili ifoni emnyama ngombala IMEI number ayaziwa uPA 500 1806986 no PA 600 1244568.
Yes, have you placed all the particulars on record?
And my lord, there is a place where, my lord, it reflects my name, my service number, cell phone number, suspect. Sorry, my lord, Nzi Semba Sibia, and my lord, there is where, my lord, I have attached my signature, my lord. And there is also a signature of the person who has received the exhibit.
Bekhona ke indawo la engibhale khona ke igama lami ngibhala ke inamba yami yasemaphoyiseni i-cell number yami umsolwa bhaliwe ke Mzisi Themba Sibiya nala ngisayinde khona nala kusayinde khona lo ekuyena owathola amazibiti.
Yes.
And my lord, there is a column 5 where it shows 2 phones booked in for downloading. The date is 2020-10-14, and received by there's a signature, my lord, and also 2 phones received from downloader, date 2020-10-15. There's badge number PA 6500 178681, PA 6500 178680, and there's a column, my lord, where it says the date 2020-12-17, 2 phones booked out, handed over to Captain Mwembe with the service number 05399001, cell phone number 082. There's a cell phone number, my lord, a signature. Two signatures, my lord, are reflecting 6.3 and 6.4.
Lana ke futhi kuphindeke nala ku column 5 ke kubhaliwe ama phone amabili akhishwa ke.
Sorry, my lord, it's not 2 signature, my lord, it's 1 signature.
Ama phone amabili ke akhishwa ke ukuthi ke kuyobhekwa ke noma ke ayo downloadwa i-date ukhona u2020 10-14. Okay, nokuthi yatholwa ubani ke ubani wayamukela amafoni amabili etholwa ubani nokuthi futhi yini ezoyenza ku downloada u2020 10-15
Received from downloader.
ithi lamafoni amabili iyachaza oqala ukuthi yamukela noma yatholwa ubani ukuthi amafoni amabili ke ayabuya noma asebuya ke manje emuva kokuthi ke kwakuyokwenziwa ama download kuwona 2020 10-15 inamba ke yesikhwama lesi zobufakazi PA 65 00178681 no PA 65 00178680 bese ke ku column 6 ke kubhaliwe 2020 12-17 amafoni amabili akhishwa ke ase endluliselwa noma enikezelwa ku Captain Ngwebe kwabhala ke inamba yakhe yamaphoyisa i-cell number yakhe wase eyasign futhi ke.
Now, during the cross-examination by Mr. Mgomezulu, he referred to Exhibit DD in brackets 5, paragraph 15.2.2, and he put it to you that the forensic bag, which appears there, and I'm going to put it on record again, PA 6500178680, differs from the forensic bag number mentioned in the SAP 13 from Tembisa as per Exhibit CCC in brackets 1. And your answer was, this is probably the evidence back number after in which the cell phone was put after it was downloaded. Now, the information as per column 5 does it accord with the number that's reflected in paragraph 15.2.2?
That's correct, my lord. It is also reflecting that 2 phones received from downloader.
Manje ke kunkathi ke uMr Mgomezulu ekubuza ke imibuzo uthe ke kunale number ke noma lesi sikhwama sobufakazi esine number PA 6500187680 ukuthi ke leyo number leyo ihlukile ke kuleyo ebhaliweke noma ekhona kwi SAP 13 lena ke yaseThembisa ucolumn 5. Lana ke uma ngifunda lana khona ku5 iyasho ke ukuthi amafoni amabili atholakala noma ayebuya kuyena owayedownloader.
So, my lord, it is the same back number, my lord.
Kusho ukuthi ke I number ke yesikhwama leyo efanayo noma ke inumber yodwa.
Now, regarding the arrest of accused number 1 on the 19th of March 2019, Mr. Mgomezulu put it to you that one Sergeant Baloyi and Mudau arrested accused number 1 for the murder of Mr. Senzo Meyiwa. And you answered that their statements do not mention that they arrested accused number 1 for the death of Senzo Meyiwa. Now, the question is, were these 2 officers ever part of the investigating team in this matter?
No, my lord, they are not part of the investigation team.
Kumibuzo yakhe ke noma bekuhloma yona ke uMr Mgomezulu ke uthe ekuboshweni kwakhe ummangalelo wokuqala nge-19 zika March 2019 boshwa oyedwa uSergeant Baloyi kanye noMudau bathi ke nabambophela icala lokubulala uSenzo Meyiwa. Umbuzo manje ke ukuthi laba babili uSergeant Baloyi kanye noMudau bake bayingxenye yini yophenyo laleli cala? Uthi cha abakaze babe yingxenye yophenyo laleli cala.
Mr. Mgomezulu further put it to you that accused number 1 was questioned on the 19th of March 2019 on the information given by Mr. Zungu, as he put it, and that a search was conducted at accused number 1's premises, as it was alleged that he was in possession of drugs, culminating in him being charged for possession of drugs under Tembisa CAS 217/3/2019. Now, what is the status of that case?
My lord, the accused, my lord.
Yes, you don't need to. Is it still ongoing?
It's finalized, my lord.
Thank you.
Icala leli ke elu 21703 ka2019 leke laseThembisa kasahambeli ke liseqediwe.
Now, Mr. Mgomezulu further put it to you that accused number 1 mentions in his confession that he was with Marco and Makimbi during the incident and that one of them shot the deceased. You then mentioned that you discovered that he was giving misleading information. And you further mentioned that there is a record from correctional services that those 2 people were in prison when Senzo Meyiwa was killed.
That's correct, my lord.
Eseqhubeka ke ngifama imibuzo ke uMr Mgomezulu uthe kwena ke washo uma esegomuluka-ke ummangalelo wokuqala ukuthi yena-ke wayenomakho kanye nomakhimbi, wase uyaphendula-ke wena wathi ngaleso sikhathi-ke sokubulawa kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa umakho kanye nomakhimbi futhi khona-ke okutshengisayo nobufakazi-ke ukuthi bona-ke babeboshiwe besejele. Yebo, kuyiqiniso.
Were you able to establish as to when they were arrested, these two individuals?
My Lord, I don't have it now at the back of my mind.
Okay, that's fine.
Ingabe wathola yini ukuthi baboshwa abaningi labo babili? Anginayo-ke njengamanje.
Yes. Thank you. Both Advocate Nisi and Mr. Mgomezulu asked you as to whether you consulted the family members of the deceased in this matter. Insofar as you could establish, were any of them present when the incident happened?
No, my Lord.
Bobabili-ke u-advocate minister kanye naye-ke uMr. Mgomezulu bakubuzile-ke ukuthi wahlangana noma nahlangana yini nomndeni kamufi, ingabe babekhona yini ngenkathi isigameko leso senzeka? Cha.
It's on record that various police officers took down statements of various witnesses. Do you perhaps know if any of them made contact with the family?
The officer. Yes, my Lord. Well, I don't have any idea.
Kunobufakazi-ke ukuthi amaphoyisa amaningi-ke noma amaphoyisa ahlukeneke athatha ubufakazi, athatha idatha-ke kofakazi abahlukile. Uyazi yini ukuthi bona-ke baxhumana yini nabo? Cha, angazi.
Now, Mr. Mgomezulu made this sweeping proposition to you that you've cooked up the evidence. Do you have any reason to cook up the evidence as he put it, whatever that means?
No, my Lord, I do not have any reason.
Ushilo-ke uMr. Mgomezulu-ke kuwena-ke wathi yinto nje yonke nje le eyaphekwa-ke lobufakazi lobo ngabe unako naso yini isizathu sokuthi-ke ungakwenza lokho noma kusho ukuthini-ke lokho? Cha, anginaso.
Did you know any of the accused before the incident?
No, my Lord.
Ingabe ukhona yini okade umazi ummangalelwa ngaphambi kwesehlakalo lesi? Cha.
Now, Mr. Mgomezulu then went ahead and put this following proposition to you that Mr. Longwe Twala is the one who shot the deceased, that the deceased, Mr. Senzo Meyiwa, was shot when separating Longwe and Zandi, who were fighting, that when Longwe got to the house, that he was under the influence and had a .3 revolver, and that 3 shots were fired, and 3 people were injured, being the deceased, Mr. Senzo Meyiwa, who was fatally wounded, that Mr. Longwe Twala shot himself in his ankle, and that the other shot was fired in the floor, and that Ms. Zandi Khumalo was injured.
My Lord, is that, are you putting?
Yes, do you remember that?
I remember, my Lord.
That proposition that was put to you?
I remember, my Lord.
Yes, but
Uyakhumbula-ke kunalokho akushilo-ke u-advocate Mgomezulu ukuthi-ke umufi wadubuleka-ke ezama ukuthi-ke ahlukaniseke uLongwe kanye naye-ke uZandile ila adubuleka khona, nokuthi-ke wafika-ke uLongwe lapho-ke edakiwe ngokusho kwakhe, nokuthi futhi-ke kona-ke lokho isibhamu saqhuma kathathu, kunabantu abathathu abashayeka, umufi washayeka naye, sashaya phansi, sashaya phansi saze sashaya uZandile Khumalo, naye-ke wayidubula eqakaleni. Yebo, ngiyakhumbula esho kanjalo.
now, in support thereof, Mr. Mgomezulu then referred to the statement of Mr. Longwe Twala as per A9, paragraph 4, and if I can just ask you to once again put the contents of that paragraph up to the next page. Paragraph 4.
Paragraph 4 reads as follows, my lord. Suddenly, at 20:00 hours on 2014-10-26, 2 unknown boys came in the house. I heard a voice saying, take out phones. It's not clear, my lord.
Yes. Yes.
And money. I then approached one of the boys. I grabbed him and pushed him. He was armed with a revolver, 3.8 special. I ran out to look for help.
Yes, that's enough. Thank you.
Efundeka ngalendlela ke istatement sakhe lesi uLongwethwala kwangena ke noma kwangehora lesishiyagalombili nge 2014-10-26 kwangena ke abafana ababili. Ngase ngizwa phakathi endlini, ngase ngizwa ke izwi lithi ke imali, ama phones kanye nemali. Ngaya ke koyedwa walabo bafana labo ngase ngiyambamba ke ngamphusha. Wayenesibhamu abayenaso ke i-revolver i-38.3.8 special. Ngabalekela ngaphandle ke ngiyofuna usizo.
Now, in this paragraph that you've just read out, which Mr. Mgomezulu put on record, is there any support for these two propositions? The first one, that Mr. Longwe came into the house with a .38 special. Is there any support for that proposition?
I see none, my lord.
Manje kuloko oqeda ukufunda lana ke kukhona yini okuhambisana naloko ebekhulunywa uyena uMr Mgomezulu ukuthi uLongwethwala wangena endlini ephethe i-revolver noma i.38 special uthi cha akukho.
And the second assertion by Mr. Mgomezulu was that Longwe is the one who discharged the firearm and fatally wounded the deceased and himself. Is there any support for that proposition that Mr. Longwethwala injured himself?
There is none, my lord.
Okunye futhi ke okushiwo uyena ke Mr Mgomezulu ukuthi ke uLongwethwala ke uyena ke owadubula ke umufi wase naye ke eyishaya eqakaleni. Kukhona yini kuloko oqeda ukufunda lana okuhambisana naloko? Cha akukho.
And Warrant Officer Musia testified that this house was swapped for DNA material, including blood, and that the only blood that was found was that of the deceased, as per Exhibit X11, which was found at near the TV stand in the kitchen tile wall and on the Heineken can. Are you aware of any other blood stains that were found on the scene, except for what I've just put to you?
No, my lord.
Warrant Officer Musia ubufakazi bakhe ke washo ke ukuthi ke kwatholakala igazi lakhe ke umufi eduze kwestand ke se TV khona ke nekanela khona ke lapho le Heineken khona yini elinye igazi olaziyo ke latholakala khona lapho ngaphandle kwaleli enqedwe ukusho kwena cha.
And the evidence was that Mr. Longwethwala also went to the hospital with after the deceased was taken to hospital, that he also went to the hospital, that he stayed there at the hospital and also returned to the house to leave much later. Does this accord with his assertion that has been made that Mr. Longwethwala shot himself in the foot?
No, my lord, I don't see anything with regard to that.
Obunye noma ufakazi okhona ke phambi kwalenkantolo ukuthi ke uma umufi ke esehanjiswa eya ke emtholampilo noma esibhedlele ke uLongwethwala wayekhona ke lapho wahlala ke naye waseyahamba eya endlini. Ukhona yini ke manje lana ke okuhambisana ke nokuthi uLongwethwala ke wayelimele kulokhu uthi cha akukho kushoyo?
I don't see, sorry, my lord, not with regard in support of that, my lord.
Kodwa akukho ke okuhambisana ke nalokho.
Now, Mr. Mgomezulu also referred to the affidavit of Mr. Sfiso Stanley Meyiwa as per 812. I just want to, if you can just put the date of that statement on record.
The date, my lord, is not clear.
Yes. Or at least the year, if you can just figure out which year in which it was made.
My lord, it's not clear. The date stamp is not clear.
Aqaqeleke ngoba istaff lesi siqaqeleke ukuthi wenziwa ngomuphi unyaka.
Oh, sorry, my lord, sorry. My correction. It's 2019-04-25.
I-date ke lana u-2019-04-25.
So in other words, how many years after the incident was that statement made?
5 years, my lord.
Le statement esenziwa ke emuva kweminyaka emihlanu isehlakalo lesisenzeke.
Are you aware if the utterances that are made in that statement against Dr. Koza, do you know if Dr. Koza has commented on those allegations in an affidavit?
My lord, I know that there is an affidavit, my lord, of Dr. Ivan Koza.
Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi le insolo lezi ke ezibhaliwe lana ke uyena uSfiso Stanley Meyiwa ukuthi ke uDr. Koza ukhona yini abakusho? Yebo ngiyazi ukuthi sikhona ke statement esifungelwe sakhe uDr. Koza.
And just maybe finally, if you can just clarify the date on which the warning statements of the accused were obtained and the date on which the warrants of arrest were executed on them.
My lord, the warrants were executed on the 26th of October 2020.
Ingabe ama dates noma amalanga ke okokuqala ama warning statement kubona abamangalelwa kanye futhi ke nokukhishwa ke manje kwezincwadi lezi ezidunyazisa ukuthi baboshwe ke bakume 26 ka October 2020 uma kukhishwa ke izincwadi zokuboshwa kwabo.
And the warning statement, can I
Yes.
check for it? My lord, the warnings statement of Fisokuhle Ntuli was taken on 2020-0701.
I-warning statement yakhe ke uSisokuhle Ntuli i-date ke u-2020-0701.
And my lord, the one of Mthokozisi Sipho Zonke Mapisa was taken on the 6th of July 2020.
Bese kuthi ke uMthokozeni Mapisa nge-6 zika July 2020.
The one of Mthobisi Mncube was taken on 2020-06-30. 2020-06-30.
Bese kuthi ke uMthobisi Mncube yena ke 2020-06-30.
The one, my lord, of Bongani Sandy Sontanzi was taken on 2020-07-26.
Bese kuthi ke Bongani Sandy Sontanzi, date 26 July 2020.
And the one, my lord, of Muzika Ukulelwa Stemba Sibia was taken on 23 July 2020.
Bese kuthi ke yakhe ke uMuzika ukhulelwa Sithemba Sibiya nge-23 zika July 2020.
Thank you. So there was a significant lapse of time between the taking of the warning statements and the execution of the warrants.
That's correct, my lord.
Kusho ukuthi ke kwakunesikhathi ke esandlula ke phakathi kwama warning statements ke noma ke istatement lezi zokuxwayiswa kwabo kanye futhi ke nokhishwa kwencwadi eyigunyazisa ukuboshwa kwabo yebo kuyiqiniso.
Now, it was put to you that you cook up the case. What was happening between the taking of the warning statement and the execution of the warrants?
My lord, we were running an investigation.
Kushiwo ke kuwena ke ukuthi nje nina ke nanihlanganeleke lokunipheka ke icala leli ke manje kwenzekani ke phakathi ukuthathwa ke kweinstatement lezi ama warning statement nesikhathi ke sokukhishwa ke kwencwadi lezi zogunyazwa ukuboshwa kwabo sasenza uphenyo.
And did you enroll the case on your own accord?
No, my lord, I'm not the one who enrolled the case.
Yes. Yeah, but whose decision was it to enroll the case?
It was, my lord, the NPA.
Ingabe kodwa ke inina ke noma wena ke owabese uletha icala phambili ke cha akusona ke umsebenzi wami ukuthi icala ke bese liya ke enkantolo umsebenzi lawo ke walabo abashushisayo.
Thank you, my lord. That will be all.
Thank you. Yeah, just on that note, as I understand the law, when there's a complaint lodged with the allegation that a person has contravened the law, mainly in criminal law, that, for instance, a murder has been committed, is it not so that you as the investigating officers, you investigate all angles of the offense? After you have completed the investigations, you take the dockets and you hand them over to the NPA's office,
It is correct,
the
my lord.
Director of Public Prosecutions. Police never charge anybody. Am I correct?
That's correct, my lord.
You know, this,
Kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi mase siphenyile ke thina ke siphenye ngazo zonke ke inhlango ukuthi thina sidlulisela kubashushisike amaphoyisa akusibona ke abantu ekuyibona abachaja abantu isinqumo ke sithathwa yilabo abashushisayo.
I think it's section 175 of the NPA Act. The person who charges, now, the intruders or obstructors of justice or the so-called guilty parties or suspects, it's at the behest of the Director of Public Prosecutions.
That's correct, my lord.
And the person who draws up the charge sheet is at the behest of the NPA Director's Office. No policeman draws a charge sheet. At least that's the law I know. Have you ever drawn a charge sheet, sir?
No, my lord.
Because I saw them reading a charge sheet to you that so-and-so says on this day we did this and this murder, hey. But is that a statement correct of the law that no policeman draws a charge sheet?
That's what I know, my lord.
Iloko ke engikwaziyo ke mina ke noma inkantolo iyasho ukuthi ngomthetho ekwaziyo ke yona ke ukuthi ke isinqumo sithathwa ke kulabo ke abashushisayo ibizwa ngokuthi ke NPA futhi ke kunale ncwadi ke ebizwa ngokuthi ke charge sheet la khona ke amacala abantu abatheswa khona ke ukuthi akazi iphoyisa elikuyilona elenza lokho kodwa nalapha ke kuba iNPA eyenza lokho.
The other thing is this so-called second docket, was it ever displayed in this court? If I remember, Ms. Mshololo had it. Am I correct? or a letter
Yes,
from,
I think cross-examination
Yeah.
from some of the statements
Yeah.
was made to the witnesses.
yeah, quite, doesn't matter. But the point I'm trying to get at, those persons who allegedly are the suspects in that second docket, they have not been charged. Is that not so?
My Lord, what I know is that I am here for Slaughter's case.
Yeah, the
636.
first Lotus one, fine.
Yes,
That
my
is
lord.
636.
Yes, of
And
10,
the other one is
2014.
39 what?
No, I think 3.
No, it's common knowledge. Is that not so, Mr. Mgomezo? You talked about the second docket too. Yeah, the point I'm trying to get at is, factually speaking, no persons have been charged in that second docket.
Correct.
Have you seen the charge sheet in that docket?
No, I haven't seen the charge.
Is there a charge sheet, Mr. Baloyi?
No, my lord, the court will recall that we handed up a letter from
Yes.
the Director of Public Prosecution saying that a decision
Will be
only
taken
at
after
a
this
late-
case.
Yes, at a later stage.
Okay.
Yebo khona-ke la dokotela esibini elu-375 abekho-ke futhi noma-ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi-ke i-charge sheet la amacala abekwa khona-ke useyayikhumbuza-ke inkantolo umshushisi ukuthi-ke kunencwadi eyayifundiwe-ke la inkantolo ukuthi isinqumo sizothathwa kamuva-ke uma sekusebenzi icala mayelana nalelo lesibili idokotela.
Yeah, that's the last aspect, Mr. Nisi. I thought when we read that case of Rex versus Hepworth, 1927, you remember?
Yes,
What did they say? They talked about gimmicks and intelligent, what, you remember?
He talks about so many things, so I
Yeah,
may
but
not be so sure
the
what
one
the
thing
court
I'm
is
interested
referring
in is
to.
because you say, this is new evidence. What does it say about it?
I'm
You
not
said
so
Mr. Baloyi was introducing new evidence.
Yes,
And I'm saying that case deals precisely with that point also. Am I correct?
thank you, my lord.
No, not thank you. Am I correct?
I'll have to go and reread that
Where's that case?
my lord.
You've got it there.
Well, I think in essence it says a criminal trial is not a game.
That's it. And you
That
come with,
one party is entitled to take advantage of the other's
that's
omissions.
it. Yeah, fine. Yeah, but just read it again. And it's,
That part I definitely know.
yeah.
But
I know,
now that-
I know you know it.
Yes, but again, that case does not really justify a situation where procedure must just be flagrantly disregarded.
Yeah, mother.
It still says procedure must be observed, strictly speaking, my lord.
Okay. Is that it, sir?
That's it for today.
I think, my lord, maybe my colleagues and myself have questions that arise from the question that the court has asked this witness.
Yeah, ask them. Ask those questions. Mr. Mgomezo, any
No,
questions arising?
Actually, I was confused when the court was asking a question about charging the suspect by the prosecutor.
Yeah,
Can
yes, I
you
know.
section-
Yeah. Police normally talk loosely. Hey, ngizokcharge kusasa. No, the decision is taken. Why don't we read section 174 and 5 of the
NPA.
authority pertaining to the duties of the Director of Public Prosecution? Do you have the act there with you?
Yes, it's section 75,
Yeah.
and there's also section 144
Yeah.
that refers to the DPP drawing up an indictment.
That's what I know. Mr. Mgomezo, are you saying
My lord,
I'm wrong?
I wasn't actually confused about what
Okay, what are you confused
the
about?
state is, that the police officer, because now we tend to lose the meaning of charging.
Yeah, no.
Because the first person to bring a particular offense or complaint
Yes.
to the prosecution is the police.
Yes, yes.
And the police is directed by the prosecution
yes.
authority what to do and what to investigate.
That's it. You're right.
On the days that this witness has mentioned, about the days they were charged, the prosecution was not involved. It's only the police that were involved. And
Okay,
secondly, my lord,
wait. Who
yes,
signed the indictment?
that is prior.
Hey, Who signed the indictment?
It's the DPP.
That's it.
Hence, I'm still going on that aspect, my lord. When I say there is a letter that came from
No,
the
no,
DPP's office to say it's conditional to charge the people that were in the house.
That letter, yeah.
I want the authority, not the letter. I want the law that says there are certain, because here.
Oh, sorry, just quote that law. Let's read the law.
I just want to know.
Because he's got it.
Section 144.
That's it, just read it.
Well, it says,
Oh, my God.
charged in Superior Court to be laid in an indictment.
Right?
Section 1441, when an Attorney General or Director of Public Prosecutions arraigns an accused for sentence or trial by a superior court, the charge shall be contained in a document called an indictment,
Right?
which shall be framed in the name of the Attorney General or
Right.
Director of Public
That's it.
Prosecutions.
That's it.
And the indictment shall, in addition to the charge against the accused, include, the
Yeah,
particulars of the
you
accused.
have
yeah.
annexures and whatever you.
Yes.
My concern, my lord, is a particular provision in the NPA or in the Criminal Procedure
Which says
Act,
what?
which puts a suspension of a particular offense. Like in this case, my lord, we have 636. So
Yeah.
the condition is that the accused or the suspect under 375
Yeah, they
will
will-
only be prosecuted if this is finalized.
You know what? Batohi is 150% correct. She is the Dominus Litus of South Africa. Just read to 174, who has the authority to charge anybody in South Africa. Anybody, including even the judge.
Yeah, but in-
No, Mr. Just
No,
sit
my
down,
lord,
please.
sorry, my lord.
It's because I'm telling you the law and you're on piggies.
But no,
But
it's
you
not-
don't tell me where you get your law on piggies.
I'm talking about the condition.
No, Batohi is entitled to do that, to suspend a prosecution. And this thing started in 1910, Attorney General. That's nothing new. The law hasn't changed since 1910. So Batohi, when he says, I will consider this docket, whatever, this one, Egamakubo, no Lishabani or whoever, I will consider it after this case is finalized. Nobody can tell you, hey, charge now. No, it's a decision. She's an authoritative source of that law. She can even charge the president, Cyril Ramaphosa, Phala, if she wants to. So that is the law. But police talk loosely. Hey, I'm charge her. I'm charge her. You're fine. Police says, I draw a docket and I office Batohi or Umnisi when he was working there. And Umnisi reads and says, hey, all the elements are not covered. This element, when Mnisi is satisfied that the law has been covered, then Mnisi draws a charge sheet, an indictment, and I sign on behalf of Batohi. Not Urata, 6 penny, 8 penny policeman, Ekonin. No. But when we talk loosely, it's like this firearm story. We talk, I mean, we talk like that. But we know there are categories of firearms. Like Uluga, who's this chap? The son to Chico. Yeah, they say he came in having a 38. And then he shot these guys, blah, 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 fine. But the state must prove that that 38, as he says, Ulongwe, if you call him, as you are going to call him, is the one that shot Senzo. You've got that thing, sir?
Yeah, it's section
Just read it.
179.
Yes,
subsection
179.
2 of the Constitution.
Okay.
Says the prosecuting authority has the power to institute criminal proceedings on behalf of the state and to carry out any necessary functions incidental to instituting criminal proceedings.
That's it. Okay, Are we sitting tomorrow?
Indeed, my lord.
Yeah, by tomorrow, 10 o'clock. Is she coming or she's excused?
No, she's done.
Have you addressed
She's done. I don't know if my learned friends still have questions.
Are they still having, I thought you were the progenitor of the questions.
No, my lord, it's about what we discussed.
Oh, that yeah. Okay, so you want us to do it now or tomorrow morning?
Today, my lord.
What is the view of the other gentlemen? What is it? Are you all at Edom?
My lord, we have the meeting of the minds that it should be addressed, but limited to what we discussed here, not the radio
Okay.
interview on Warawara.
Okay, fine. Yeah, there is a disturbing message I received or I got from Mr. Mgomezulu, which he suspects arises from the fact that he is counsel in this matter. And it appears that there were two persons who visited his home in the morning, very suspicious movements and persons. Fortunately, when they wanted to enter the premises of Mr. Mgomezulu, the dogs barked, and these two persons, unknown to him, who were behaving suspiciously, and which Mr. Mgomezulu says he suspects they were out to harm him or injure him or kill him, because this is what happens in South Africa. So this court, as an officer of the court, Mr. Mgomezulu, is entitled to all the protection the South African police can accord to him. I said I would make this public so that Mr. Mgomezulu, maybe you should lay a charge with the police so that it is realized that you are being assailed when you are performing your job as an officer of this court. Okay, do you want me to add any other thing?
My lord, the one for the
Pinetown.
for the Kaya FM cannot one link it into those people. But
But I haven't spoken about that.
yes, I wanted to put that across as well.
Yeah, fine. No,
Because-
we're talking about the persons who visited,
Yes,
paid a visitation to your premises.
yes.
Yeah.
The second part is that, my lord, 7 o'clock last evening,
Yeah,
Kaya FM interviewed Chico Twala, whom they were discussing about the evidence of Senzo Meyiwa. And that's when he also challenged my competency. He said, I lack competency and I don't know why am I throwing him into this court.
yeah, but I can't comment on that.
That's why, my lord, I said, let me put it on record that Chico Twala said this yesterday
Yeah.
and in the morning it was also reported.
Okay.
Ngoba-ke umeli lona kumele wena-ke sesibiya-ke inkantolo bifuna nje ukwazisa ukuthi bebenenkulumo abebenayo-ke ekuseni la ngaphandle la kunezinto-ke ey'thile ayitshele inkantolo athi-ke ucabanga ukuthi ngoba-ke eyingxenye yale cala leli kunabantu-ke noma abalisi ababili abasolakalayo ababesendlini yakhe-ke ekuseni kodwa-ke baphazanyiswe ngokuthi-ke kuye kwakhonkotha-ke izinja-ke inkantolo-ke ithi nanjengokuthi-ke lana-ke inkantolo uma kuwukuthi kufanele ayovula icala-ke futhi-ke athole ukuvikeleka kodwa yinto nje abayikhulumile ngaphandle kodwa-ke uyafisa ukuthi yaziweke ukuthi-ke khona nje okusolakalayo kucabanga-la ukuthi-ke abantu bezomhlathela noma-ke futhi befuna ukuthi bambulale ngenxa yokuthi eyingxenye yale cala khona okunye akhuluma ngako kodwa inkantolo ithi yona ayingeke iphawuleke kulokho.
Okay, thanks. Court shall adjourn.